Is that proportional? Well, think about the resources deployed to address the Canadian lining over this. And I was shocked at the quantity and the coordination it took between the airline and the authorities to arrest this individual. The fact that we can put out these tweets on air
2.5 years for a tweet.
Oh, I cannot even articulate the details of a crime. It is so offensive, or it is so shocking, and it's inappropriate for live television, and those people are walking free. So you're telling me something that we can actually broadcast at 9 a.m. on the West Coast right now, land someone in prison? This is backwards. This is a horrific science fiction dystopian novel, and this was the way we were headed if it wasn't for President Trump. So take note, UK. So something hit me today, because I was talking with the majority with
Mozilla.co.
Before I let them go, off topic, I said, the governor of Walsh, ran for vice president of this country, is making jokes about the rumor about the death of President Trump. I don't get that from the governor who makes
because we're freedom of speech some capacity, not much.
Well, exactly. It's very concerning. And you read a lot of concerning comments also calling ICE the Gestapo. But I'll point out some of the concern with the UK censorship laws is they apply to American companies as well who have UK customers. So that's a concern. Also, the best way to export democracy is to live it here. If you have a messy house, your house is falling apart, you can't put a neighbor to mow their lawn and clean up. And we had that, as
that's true.
Other 4 years
just like GDPR.
Words are not loud, and they're being treated justly. So when you are incarcerating people and prosecuting people for unpopular opinions, you are headed down a very, very dangerous path. We'll be right back.
That's true. Now American companies do have to adhere to it in some capacity.
I'm a professional golfer.
That's very true.
65 tournaments, and I've won 5 golfers to achieve a Grand Slam career victory. But what means more to me than all of this is our ability to give back and do good, particularly to the United States of America. That's why I'm committed to helping Howdy Foundation.
You see, Frank, you did. You're one of the most successful golfers that ever played the game. You're an incredible human being, but you joined the Howdy Foundation. You see the work we're doing, and you wanted to help us raise money because how much you love America.
I'll never forget one of the days I went to in Miami. This lady was on duty with her husband, the police. She heard that her husband had just been killed. Now she's got 2 children. What's the first thing she comes to mind? How am I going to support these children? How am I going to give them an education? How am I going to give them a normal life? What am I going to do with my mortgage? That's right there, across the board. I mean, what you do is fantastic because you know the sacrifice that was made for our country to give us this beautiful country. I doubt if there's anybody who loves the country more than I. And I have said gratitude for what this country has not only done for me, but what it's done for the world.
And as a foundation, we're there to help these families after they lose their loved ones and they have young families left behind. And I know you're here to bring them.
Senator Cowboy is working every day to support America's greatest hero. Please donate $11 a month at peace.org. The Tunnel to Towers Foundation. Let us do good.
47. Come to us. Check out the peace of mind.
Life insurance is too important to put off another day. That's why Electrical makes getting coverage easy for less than $1 a day. Now get up to a $2 million policy with no medical exam and 7-day coverage.
These are the calls to our club you shop and save.
Drop is finally here. Drop delivers weight loss benefits, GLP-1 injections, and easy-to-use oral drops, no needles. That's right. Two big drawbacks of weight loss injections are high cost and weekly injections. Drop is flavorless, odorless, so you can just add it to water or your favorite beverage. Drop offers other advantages over injections too. With Drop, you can personalize your dosage based on your weight loss goals. And because you add Drop, any liquid, there's no concern about injection freezing,
No,
or
it's not.
Drop is the easier, safer, cost-effective alternative to help you achieve your weight loss goal without the needle.
Can't find it anywhere? The Wellness Company has it. No consultation needed. Simply order online and use promo code TRIP to save $100. Visit dropthepound.com/TRIP. That's promo code TRIP at dropthepound.com/TRIP.
What will you do when the power goes out? Power outages can be unpredictable and inconvenient. But with a TRX home standby generator, your light goes on uninterrupted because you'll have power when you need it the most.
Number one thing to prepare for is extended power outages. Don't make it so hard on yourself. Have a Generac home standby generator.
And special financing and low monthly payment options are available. Call or go online now to request your free quote.
I need something more lightweight. This one seems pretty lightweight, and VNC connects easier. No?
And violent offenders will soon include dozens of the worst criminal illegal aliens. Brooke Taylor, live at the newly converted Louisiana lockup in Angola, joins us now for hi, Emily. The infamous Louisiana Angola prison is the largest maximum security prison in the country. So a section of this prison that hasn't been used in years is going to be converted into an ICE detention facility. I'm told that 51 illegal migrants are already here. This facility is being dubbed the Louisiana lockup. It is going to hold up to 416 beds. The Department of Homeland Security, they partnered up with the state of Louisiana to use a portion of this prison that was once closed down and was used for solitary confinement years ago. Angola, it has been called the bloodiest prison in the South because of its harsh conditions. DHS says Louisiana lockup is going to be used to detain and deport some of the worst illegal migrants. ICE New Orleans recently arrested and removed these illegal migrants. They include rapists and murderers. It is violent illegal migrants like this that DHS says could end up locked up. This 22-year-old illegal migrant from Honduras was arrested in March, had warrants for 394 counts of pornography involving juveniles and 2 counts of sexual abuse of an animal. And ICE New Orleans removed this 39-year-old illegal alien from Mexico. He was convicted of second-degree murder. DHS says that the Louisiana lockup is going to be funded by the Big Beautiful Bill. There's going to be a press conference held in just a few hours with the Secretary, Attorney General, and the Governor of Louisiana, Emily. Well, thank you. Well, mixed reaction after Coldplay frontman Chris Martin. There's 2 fans on stage. One, his reaction when they told him where they're from is sparking outrage. A professional basketball court is always 94 by 50 feet. An Olympic-sized pool is 50 by 25 meters. And tennis, 78 by 36 feet. Always, 100% of the time. But golf, it's never the same twice. Just like the ever-changing environments, Citi's expertise and advice helps clients navigate across our global network in 180 markets. Citi, worldwide partner of the Ryder Cup.
We all have that list of home improvement projects that we do. And if replacing your home's windows and doors is on that list, you want to know that it's going to be good. I'm from Renewal Dynamics, and we've helped thousands of customers who are on a budget do our windows and doors for their home. How do we do it? Well, here's something you don't expect to do from us.
Yeah, I don't think.
You don't have to upgrade all your windows and doors at the same time. We're really good at identifying the bad windows and those you can wait on repairing. And here's something that we offer that you don't find in a lot of window companies and contractors. Great financing.
Before September 30th, when you buy 2 windows or doors, you'll get the third one 60% off with no money down, no monthly payments, and no interest for 12 months.
It's almost like free money. No wonder half of our customers finance. Before we talk about the warranty, think about other things you can buy. You sometimes feel like you had to buy the expensive extended warranty to get your good coverage. That's never the case. Our windows are so durable, and our installers are so talented. Unlike some other companies, our warranties cover the windows.
Auto config. got
It's
JavaScript.
really an impressive thing to sell the product, to then transfer the product, to sell the product. Because when you're dealing with one company, when you're dealing with one company that has a long-standing installed reputation.
Letting more by
Really Docker
greater those doors in your budget this year.
Before September 30th, when you buy 2 windows or doors, you'll get the third one 60% off. And 60% off. And our financing can help make this project more affordable with no money down, no monthly payment, and no interest for 12 months. This offer ends September 30th. For a free appointment with Renewal by Anderson, call 1-800-519-4477. That's 1-800-519-4477.
No, we're better than that. Five great something. Mark, I was cooking a little bit about those hands and that food. Told me.
Yeah, about to change the game every year.
What? Huh?
New customers bet $5 get 300 instant info.
I was tired of sitting on the sidelines. Now, thanks to Drive Trivia, I'm definitely kind of thing. Wait, somebody booked for a refill? That I think I did. If you look up your prescription, go to keep one of the pharmacies, and say, you know, really, single care costs at the cost of my prescription. Almost as much as I'm costing you.
Unbelievable. See why more people are saving with single care. Outside effects of the tracking the lower process. Excessive response. The following lives may change.
For the last 8 years, I've been in bed. Have to take a relief factor. And for 2 weeks, when I woke up in the morning, I could open, close my hands, stand on my feet without killing me. The pain just subsided. If pain is affecting your life, see how Relief Factor can help you fight back. 100% drug-free, Relief Factor doesn't
It's correct.
it helps eliminate. Call or go online. Get your 3-week quick start today. Only $19.95. I'm not deaf. Because a car that doesn't make you feel recognized is a car that stops short of amazing. When you can't watch, listen. Get the latest news, business, and news headlines on SiriusXM. Anytime, anywhere. Fox News Audio on SiriusXM. America is listening.
Coldplay's Chris Martin in the spotlight yet again. He's sparking outrage during a concert in London over an on-stage experience involving 2 fans from Israel.
Where's the confidence? Okay, well, I'm gonna say this. I'm so grateful that you're here and Cuban tonight and Tuesday I was talking with them regardless of where you come from. And to be here. It's great for a person to be there. Fine. Okay, are you ready? Okay. And although it's controversial maybe, I also want to welcome people here from Palestine because
So a little bit of color on this. So at every concert that Coldplay does, there's a segment in the concert where they choose a fan that's holding a sign that Chris Martin feels is notable, and then they will come on stage, they'll sing a song together, and they'll sort of support the messaging that was on the sign. So here, those 2 young women happen to be from Israel, and the outrage now is that I'll let you respond to what critics are saying about that one. Yeah, he did. I mean, he was overtly dehumanizing them. And, you know, he was making it seem like it's so sanctimonious, like, I recognize you as human. And the subtext is, you're not really human, but because I am such a wonderful and gracious person and magnanimous, I will rise above everything, and I will acknowledge that you are kind of part human, no matter where you're from. And he had qualified that because they're from Israel, and then, you know, he gives a little shout out to the Palestinians in the crowd, you know. It just seemed like a little bit of pro-Hamas propaganda, and, you know, this is a guy who's already ruined people's lives recently, so maybe he's gotten addicted to the feeling of ruining people's lives, so that's why he brought people on stage that he's going to not be publicly ridiculed. And Lisa, a large part as well in this concert, is the concept of aliens and so he has different characters that come out, and so while some maintain that he was just sort of underscoring that, like they're humans, we're humans before we are from a nationality, so sort of purporting peace. But the reality is that many people were patently offended by how it came out.
You know what?
I can't speak to his intention behind it. I'm sure
Actually,
at this point between like the apple and this, or just like humanity, like knock it off. But just imagine being Israelis, imagine being the Jewish people. You're attacked on October 7th, 2023. It was their 9/11, right? If that happened here in the United States with our population, we're talking about over 40,000 people. And our response to 9/11 was engaging in almost a 20-year war. And then here, just a couple of years later, they're being told to stop. They're being told that you are in the wrong, something's wrong with you for fighting for your existence, for fighting just to stay alive. We're in a country, if you're the size of New Jersey, with enemies all around you. So, I think his reaction just sort of speaks to where we are in the world. It's just the mere existence of Jewish people on a stage sent him into like not knowing what to do, and just sort of breaking down. So, and the way it could have been reframed here is, this is against the landscape that on October 7th, Hamas in part invaded a music festival where Israelis were enjoying music. And so here we have a musician that, to Lisa's point, could have said, God bless you, and we're praying for your peace and protection, which has no political statement, but respects the equality that he was, I think, trying to say. But that requires something other than the truth. I think he showed the world who he is. I don't have a problem with the truth. I don't have to be friends with him. And by the way, Gwinnett, girl, Dakota, other girl from South the bully for this one. He's not too bright. He's got the world right there. He's able to do something good, bringing people up, and he can't quite handle that responsibility. But I don't think he lied in that moment. I think he told the truth, and you're asking him to be human. That's quite a challenge for a guy who didn't act like that.
It's false equivocation. Music's supposed to unite us. Remember those days? You went to a concert, people were united. First of all, and a couple things that are key to this, there are no Palestinians. They're Arabs. Masoud Youssef was the son of one of the Hamas founders, and he's very clear about that in his recent appearance at Oxford Union. Very clear. This is a place, I've been to the West Bank, I've seen the lack of evidence of an actual Palestinian. And for them to have this
there's something in my nose. I don't know what to tell you.
murderers and terrorists and people that have been fighting for their existence through how many hundreds, thousands of years, it's just wrong. And it's a wrong message for a musician to send to an audience.
Well, a back-to-school debate over whether or not kids should have homework. Kim Kardashian weighing in to explain
Does it
what
need
she
an
says
API
she
key?
doesn't believe it. Is she right? Or should she stick to reality TV? That's the question of the issue.
Hi, I'm William Banks. Take a look at this tool. It's over 200 years old and still going strong, just like gold. Never before has it been more important to protect your assets, IRAs, and 401ks. I worked hard for my money, and I'm not about to lose it now. I protect my retirement by buying gold every chance I get. I buy my gold from Roslyn Capital because I trust them. With Roslyn, what you order is what you get. No gimmicks, no nonsense, no hassle. Just call. And Roslyn will send you free information on how you can protect your assets and your retirement. So protect your future from the problems of the world. Invest in stability with Roslyn Capital.
Call Rosalind Capital now to get your free gold kit, your free silver kit, and your free IRA transfer kit. Call 800-630-8900. 800-630-8900. That's 800-630-8900.
Hi, folks. I'd like to tell you about Y-Refi. Did you know that as an accredited investor, when you invest in Y-Refi, the interest rate is fixed? Did you know that you can invest for 1 to 5 years, and you can spread your investment over those terms to best suit your needs? You also have the freedom to take your monthly interest income or reinvest it whenever you choose. When you invest in Y-Refi, the interest is calculated daily, you paid monthly, and should you need the money back early, there is a liquidity fee. Would you like some more information? Just
No.
call 877-80-INVEST. That's 877-80-INVEST. Or log on to investyrefi.com. That's investyrefi.com. For complete details, make sure to review
Just read it,
private placement
but,
memorandum
and scan this QR code to choose an exposure at your leisure. Why refund? Investing in America's future.
What?
President Trump working hard to make our country safer, but as usual, Democrats are on the wrong side of every big issue. We'll talk to Ted Cruz, he'll break it all down tonight on Panhandle.
Water is something you take for granted. You know, it floats in the sky and you turn on the faucet and you think that's it. We all think water's pure, but that's not necessarily true. There's a lot of steps to get it to our faucets and spigots, and this is the last step of defense that I don't want to take for granted. Don't count on somebody else to control your life and have your back. Have your own back. Get until it.
Why suffer from congestion
The
when you can
hell
live
was
on?
that?
Before the rise,
That's the best guy that gets shoes.
constant nasal congestion, constant blowing of the nose, and the huge difference is the fact that Navage cools it out. Navage helps relieve congestion in just 30 seconds, rinsing away the allergens, dust, and germs. Other options include
It must be on the iPad.
simple. It's worth every penny that you pay for it.
Voice is
Doctor
really
recommended
annoying.
Navage today.
Do you have a life insurance policy you no longer need? Now you can sell your policy, even a term policy, for an immediate cash payment.
We thought we had planned carefully for our retirement.
But we quickly realized we needed a way to supplement our income.
If you have $100,000 or more of life insurance, you may qualify to sell your policy. Don't cancel or let your policy lapse without finding out what it's worth. Visit CoventryDirect.com to
What
find out
was
if your
that?
policy qualifies. Or call 1-800-515-4100. Coventry Direct, redefining insurance.
Kim Kardashian is going viral over some interesting opinions on kids' education. The reality star and mother of four admitted she does not believe children in grade school should be given homework by their teachers. Her reasoning could shock you. I don't know. You may have thought this yourself. Why?
I don't believe in homework. Because, like, kids are in school for 8 hours a day. When they come home, like, they need to also go to sports, school,
I agree.
time with their family. I think the homework should be left for, like, the kids.
I agree.
I don't disagree with her, especially in grade school. Don't send kids home with busy work for hours and hours.
They just went to school.
And focus in the classroom, and that's where the teaching.
They just went to school. Now they have to go home and do more school.
Did we get it?
I agree.
What that teaching looks like when our kids were all on Zoom?
Yes, we did.
I didn't do any of my homework. I did it in lunch.
There you go.
I did all my homework in lunch. Because when I got home, I wanted to do my own projects. Like code bots and play Diablo. And now I know how to do all those things. If I was doing homework at home the second I got home all day, I wouldn't know how to code.
Kardashian on something. Wow. Yeah. Look, effective education is not about time.
I agree. What's with the homework?
I learned many different ways in school. Some were shorter, some were longer, tailored to a student.
There you go.
We're not robots. I don't know. I'll find it later.
Especially, for high school, I think it teaches kids responsibilities. It's good to have
Also,
outside of the classroom. Look, they're going to go work jobs one day as well. So,
I already got this
appreciate the
working.
fact I'm not a parent yet, but I would want to see what my kids are getting taught. And so homework gives you some level of insight into what they're being taught.
Yeah.
So, maybe not for
30 minutes maximum. 30 minutes maximum.
Accountability and it's free for as well.
So it's interesting. I always liked it when
These teachers are handing out hours worth of homework for one class, and it's due the next day.
You were aware of what they were studying. The Kennedy, I fall between that and where you are. Not for hours. Not 8-year-old, not for hours. So there's got to be an opportunity. All right. Well, if you don't already, be sure to follow our handle on all of our social media platforms. It's delicious to see them. Don't miss out on this content. And we're coming right back. Speaking of delicious. Shop up the girl.
I agree.
Stearns & Foster using the finest materials like indulgent memory foam and ultra-conforming boosters for a beautiful mattress and indescribable comfort. Save up to $800 on select adjustable mattresses at StearnsandFoster.com.
Power outages can be unpredictable, inconvenient, and disruptive to your life, posing a real threat to your family's comfort and safety. When the power goes out, you have no lights, no refrigeration, no heating or air conditioning.
It is, you're not letting us all there for these season power outages. The number one thing to prepare for is extended power outages.
Are you prepared? You can be with a Generac home standby generator. When a power outage occurs, your Generac home standby generator automatically powers up using your home's existing natural gas or propane, so your life goes on without disruption. You and your family are comfortable, safe, and secure. Stay tuned to get over a $500 value free on the most popular home standby generator in the world.
With the Generac, we don't have to worry
Oh, it's
about
downloading.
whether we lose power. If the utility company does not come through, our Generac does.
Having a Generac takes a lot of driving power out. There's going to be a screen
After a hurricane happened, you just want to be prepared for anything.
Generac generators are designed, engineered, and built in the USA. 8 out of 10 home generators are Generac and have thousands of satisfied customers.
How many times have you ever said, I never want to go through that again? Next time you do, don't make it so hard on yourself. How about Generac Homestead My Generator?
Call or go online now to request your free quote with one of Generac's nationwide dealers. Special financing and low monthly payment options are available. And if you call now, you will also receive a free 5-year warranty valued at over $500. The call is free, the quote is free, and there's no obligation to buy. Call or go online now so next time there's a power outage, your home powers up. Power your life with Generac. Call or go online to request your free quote today.
This football game, no matter who you cheer for, we all know how much college sports mean to us. But it's at risk. Dramatic changes are causing nearly every athletic department in America to operate at risk, forcing cuts, putting women's sports and Olympic dreams in immediate danger. The solution? Congress must modernize sports broadcasting. That single change will generate the funding needed to protect all schools at all levels. Let's save college sports before the cost runs out.
If you're that old and outdated, maybe even unsafe, in just one day, Jacuzzi can be the
Another
safety net
AI
and the personal
jacuzzi
style you
girl.
want, all the price of love. So your bathroom can go from this to this to this, or even this to this. And right now, we're waiving all installation costs and offering no extra payments for a year.
Go to jacuzzibathroomodel.com or call 800-960-2029. That's 800-960-2029. Call now.
947. Here is it. The current life insurance. Do you? Don't get on. Check out Select. Customer peace of mind and work.
Life insurance is too important.
Another AI spokesman.
That's why Select is getting coverage you need easy.
Oh,
Less than $1 a day.
goodness.
Now get up to
Who's making all
$2
these?
policy with limit exam and same-day coverage.
These are the small Select quotes. We shop and save.
Okay, crazy, cut that one.
Crazy time. Use this speeding mirror. Not all. Yeah, I thought everybody used that.
No, tell nobody that. That's a bid.
New customers bet $5 to get 300 in bucks.
Delighted to be acquainted with the charming Mr. Raskin. And the delightful testimony you gave me earlier on with your speech. But hey, that's fine. You can say what you like. I don't care. Because that's what free speech is. And in a sense, this has all been going wrong now for a couple of decades.
That was another shock moment at today's House Judiciary hearing, where Reform UK Party leader Nigel Farage blasted Democratic Congressman Jamie Raskin at issue Europe's push toward online censorship. This on the heels of a comedian being arrested and a citizen being incarcerated for online tweets and posts. As Nigel Farage said, there is an assault on free speech. Thank you all for watching Outnumbered, and now here is America Report.
Washington, D.C. is a totally safe city
You're not reporting any crime because there is none. They say crime is down 87%, and I said, no, it's not. It's down 100%. We have a great team going. I could do that with Chicago. We could do that with New York. We could do it with Los Angeles. So we're making the determination that
President Trump touting the results in Washington, D.C. and saying in that regard will help crack down on crime in other cities like Chicago. Even as Illinois leaders continue to reject any federal help. Hello and welcome everyone. I'm Sandra Smith and you're Australia. Great to have you back. Thank you, Sandra. It's great to be with you. I'm Julie Turner for John Roberts today in Washington. This is Miracle Report. President Trump saying just a moment ago that the White House is now determining whether to take action in Chicago or the city of New Orleans. Next, he acknowledged Windy City would be a lot more difficult because of the resistance he is getting from Democratic leaders across Illinois. Senator Kennedy and others in Louisiana say, come on in. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth accusing some of the politicians resisting these efforts of focusing on their agendas instead of their constituents.
What about the people that live in Chicago? What about the folks that live with unending violence right in their backyard with an incompetent government and mayor and governor who are unwilling to provide just basic security? So I don't feel bad for Governor Pritzker. He should be welcoming support.
We'll get a Chicago perspective from Daniel Carter in just moments on that. But first, your first time like President Black in Chicago with what we're looking at right now. How much?
And saying a lot of politicians are going back and forth. The Illinois governor is accusing the president of tearing the country apart. But he's got here in his own state, the city of Chicago, 9 more people have been shot in the violent holiday weekend. The president, you've heard him, insist that he's now obligated to send troops into Chicago. It's a matter of when, not if. The president, again, a short time ago, encouraged the Illinois governor, Jason Pritzker, to call him and ask for federal help. Governor Pritzker and Democrats who run Chicago grew even more defiant Tuesday evening.
None of this is about fighting crime or making Chicago safe. None of it. For Trump, it's about testing his power and producing a political drama to cover up for his corruption. Chicago will continue to have a violence problem as long as red states continue to have a gun problem. Shootings will continue as long as the presidential administration continues to put politics over people.
From business owners to the man on the street, most of the people we speak with welcome anything that will make neighborhoods safe. We did find some people who think city police need to do that job.
The purpose of federal military forces are not. That's why we have the police. So we don't need federal forces to do this.
Chicago will be what it is. And I don't care, you can send the National Guard, you can send anybody you want to send, it's not going to stop it.
I think at this point, man, try something because nothing's working. So if this works, it helps. I mean, why not cooperate?
Federal personnel have already arrived in Chicago. Land Department of Homeland Security staffers are based at the Great Lakes Naval Station just north of Chicago.
So
Secretary Kristi Noem has promised enhanced immigration enforcement in Chicago. Now, Governor Pritzker is expected to meet with community violence interrupters today. They're going to do some emergency training to prepare for federal deployment. Daniel?
All right, my servant on that for us. Thank you so much. Let's bring in Daniel Carter, Walker, a Chicago resident and the Vice President of Chicago Lift West. Daniel, welcome back to you. Good to have you here. So, I mean, how badly is Illinois, how badly does the city of Chicago, I should say, need the help of the federal government right now?
Well, we need the help. The Democratic Party is the real party of the dictatorship and censorship. Just a while ago, we were just down at City Hall at the meeting for public safety. They have a public safety meeting. And we were down there early this morning. They did not allow us to come up and they packed the chambers with liberal students. And what's going on is we had only 10 public comment speakers. And so they knew that if they gave us a chance, we wanted to demand to know what they were going to do to keep our streets safe because we just had that 58 shootings. So they packed the chambers up. They didn't allow us to speak. And then when 80-year-old citizen, American citizen, Chicago citizen,
is this using Tor? I don't think it's even using Tor anymore. Oh man. It completely changed.
He was screaming out, and Brian Thompson, the second ward demanded that they kick this 80-year-old man out, that they throw him out. Now, that was the same alderman that allowed a legal alien shelter to operate in the inner city. And that's why businesses left downtown. That's why residents moved out. And he did not do anything. He did not want those illegal aliens to get put out. But yet, they tried to throw an 80-year-old man out. And
then why'd you install firefighters?
Because I told them, I will go on front, I will show this video, and I will show you all throwing an 80-year-old citizen out because he's trying to voice his opinion about how detriment and how unsafe our communities are. So we need help because not only are we being retaliated against, we're being censored. These are your real dictators. These are the people who do not follow the Constitution. The Democratic Party is evil and they hate the American citizens. Danielle, this is President Trump. He was in the Oval Office earlier with the full president talking about the crime in Chicago, saying how
that doesn't exist
in
either.
even speak of what is happening there.
I want to go into Chicago, and I have this incompetent governor that doesn't want to. You know that this weekend 72 people were shot in Chicago? I'm embarrassed to say it in front of the president of Poland. 11 people were killed. 72 people were shot. Last week, 7 people were killed.
So how can he and the governor of Illinois be on such different pages here? This is Pritzker in a post on X earlier today. As a governor who cares about the well-being of my people, he writes, I can't live in a fantasy land where I pretend Trump is not tearing the country apart for personal greed and power. How can he sit there in that city, in that state, and say that the crime that the residents are experiencing, Danielle, is a fantasy? Here's more residents. When asked whether they're open to the National Guard coming in, here's what they said.
I think we need new justice, for the city. Put some structure in place.
Fun again.
Help with those things.
What happened to the other Python package? Oh my.
So, yeah, I'm open. I'm not necessarily thinking it'll be a bad thing. So something has to happen. One thinks it may be a waste. The other says we definitely need justice for the city. Danielle, what are you hearing firsthand from residents there? This is what most of the residents want. This is what everybody wants. How can this governor even make that statement? The president is doing his job as the president of the United States of America. He's sworn the oath to keep America safe. And we see that Governor Pritzker has failed here. We were sworn in to protect the citizens of Illinois. And he has failed to do that. So for him to say that our president who is upholding his oath to the American citizens. For him to say it about him you know what, these people are disgusting, and I just had no belief. This is one of the Democrat reps from Illinois underscoring the National Guard and why this rep is against it. Earlier.
Deploying the National Guard in Chicago will not make the city safer. It fuels Trump's violent attacks on our communities and sends people back into the shadows.
This ain't gonna work.
Serious about reducing crime, he would stop weaponizing the military.
Okay, so there's a belief by some of these Democrats, final thought to you, Danielle, that not only will it not do nothing, it's a waste of a
This ain't gonna work.
but it won't make the city safer. I get a final thought from you on where you see this going next. Well, Trudy Garcia, he don't even live in Chicago. And when I was on Capitol Hill testifying about how dangerous it was in our community with the 70,000 illegal aliens that majority of them
18 hours ago. No, like 2 hours ago. 1 hour ago.
What was going on with the citizens of Chicago, and I was right there on Capitol Hill, and he didn't even look my way. And we're going to also talk about Viola Cicero Lopez, another alderman who just did a press conference. Now, he's saying that he's the one who said F-ICE and abolish ICE. Now, he's the same alderman that has gates on his window and gates on his doors in his office. So if Chicago is so safe, let these people Got it. Danielle, well, we're thinking of the city. We know it's going through a lot, has been through a lot. And President Trump wants to step in and help us see where it goes. Appreciate your time today, Danielle. Thank you so much for having us. Okay.
I have no message to President Putin. He knows where I stand, and he'll make a decision one way or the other, whatever his decision is. They're willing to be happy about it or unhappy. And if we're unhappy about it, you'll see exactly.
President Trump addressing the Russian war in Ukraine, saying we've got no further message for Vladimir Putin today as he welcomes the leader of Poland to the White House. Poland borders both countries. So today, President Trump offered some reassurances, saying there will be extra U.S. soldiers on the ground there in Poland if needed. Justin Hunter is live from the White House with all the details coming out of the bilateral. Hey, Jack. Hey, Jillian. President Trump's announcement that the U.S. will be keeping its soldiers in Poland and could even send more soldiers, really coming as a relief to Poland's leader. Obviously, as you mentioned, Poland sits on NATO's eastern flank. The war in Ukraine right next door is continuing to rage on. And the Polish president, Zelensky, said it's the first time in this country's history that they've been glad to have foreign troops on their soil, calling it a necessary show of force to the Russian Federation. President Trump said he'd be having a conversation with Russian President Vladimir Putin shortly. Reporters pressing him on this 2-week deadline that he imposed for Putin to agree to peace talks, which is now. Trump said the upcoming conversation will tell him which way things are headed, but he also rejected the framing in the reporter's question that he hasn't yet leveled the kind of consequences against Putin and against Russia that he has been threatening.
How do you know there's no action? Would you say that putting secondary sanctions on India, the largest purchaser outside of China, they're almost equal? Would you say there was no action? That cost hundreds of billions of dollars to Russia. You call that no action? And I haven't done phase 2 yet, or phase 3.
President Trump also responding to China's show of military might alongside North Korean dictator Kim Jong-un and President Putin after President Trump accused the three last night in a post of conspiring against the U.S.
That was a beautiful ceremony. It was very, very impressive. But I understood the reason they were doing it, and they were hoping I was watching, and I was watching. My relationship with all of them is very good. We're going to find out how good it is over the next week or two.
It was a far-ranging event with the reporters in the room. The president was also asked about his plans to send the National Guard to Chicago. He learned he might send him somewhere else first, shooting out Louisiana with cooperation of the governor there, Jeff Landry. And President Trump also touting the results of the SEC having the National Guard on site, saying he might burn down half the restaurant for that year. Now that we're going to use again. Anything is possible.
This common drink may be the best solution to eliminating parasites like type 2 diabetes. The truth is, 96% of diabetics don't know about this new ingredient that take nice today to lower blood sugar from 90 to even reverse type 2. After all, metabolic disease has nothing to do with sugar in the blood. As you always know, it's actually a silent parasite that is attacking your pancreas right now. This microscopic invader blocks your body's function. Drinks it for 15 to 20 minutes.
Lucky rabbit and sweet. It's sweeter. That's way right. And sweet.
Well, there's really no need for Lucky Charms to ride.
Not when America's #1 motorcycle insurance has the best.
We're just going to ignore the fact that all have a right. And sweet.
Healthy aging supports sleep switch, which is innovative nitric oxide science on your body, supporting your body from the heart out through circulation, blood flow, blood pressure, and results you can feel scientifically. Started today at livehuman.com.
I try to put my arm around things that I can. That Legal USA, that's what we're doing. We put our arm around the veteran. And I think as a veteran out there, you should be on that home homeowner first if you can help them and provide that financial solution that they and their families. It's a great rewarding feeling. Everybody in the country, they have that deference and respect and love for the veterans that makes this country so unique. Call now, 1-800-318-4253. If you're a veteran, own a home, and need cash, call Newgate USA. We're here to serve you with the same respect and commitment you gave our country. With automatic authority from the VA, we can help you borrow up to 100% of your home's value with the New Day 100 VA cash out loan. Get an average of $81,000 to pay off car loans, credit cards, and more. At New Day, we look at you, not just your credit score. Call now, 1-800-318-4253.
Thank you is a place where I hope that when we take these donations, they work and they help save lives. This place is a really special place.
Okay, Brian, please use touchdown now.
Thank you, Tom. Use the speeding mirror.
Man, dude, start running like he's double clock. What's the play like that dude in the locker room?
Ready. Steady.
Okay. What's that? Is that available? Yeah, because he's not going to say it's everything. If he did say it, he'd go.
New customers that buy Rush get $300 instantly in bonus. Plus, $200 off any next Sunday ticket. UTT around.
President Trump working hard to make our country safer, but as usual, Democrats are on the wrong side of every big issue. The talk with Ted Cruz, he'll break it all down tonight.
Guys, stop what you're doing and head over to Cowboy. Because right now, everything is 80% off. That's right, everything, including their all-new gun pads, the pants that fit and look better than jeans. The lightweight, do it all one short and travel. Training, performance tech, fundamental shirts. Lined, unlined, and inspiration. Shirts, tees, polos, 80% off. Shorts, pants, joggers, 80% off. Gym, office, golf, 80% off. Whatever you need, Cowboys has. Get 80% off everything right now in the summer with new clothes. Only at cowboys.com.
When we started Legion, we were shocked to learn how many American flags were actually being made overseas.
Here at Legion, we feel like American flags should be made in America. Every flag we make is proudly crafted in the USA and free and fluid.
Join us in our mission to keep the American flag truly American.
Visit StowAllegiance.com to order your high-quality American flag today. That's StowAllegiance.com.
I never considered myself an alcoholic, but drinking affected my job, health, and relationships. Powerful medication helped me get back to normal. Now I'm no longer feeling drinking. And the same pill that helped me could help you. Text Fox News to 710-710 for more.
Source Factor Hair Growth Accelerator promotes thicker, fuller, healthier hair in just 3 weeks. Hair Growth Accelerator contains a clinically studied key ingredient that quickly accelerates hair growth and reduces fine lines and wrinkles. Search Amazon now for Source Factor Hair Growth Accelerator.
There is a free speech crisis in America today, but there's no free speech crisis in Britain. UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer did not shut down TV News, where Mr. Farage has his own show, just because Mr. Farage has used his airtime to call for banning peaceful protesters that he disagrees with. No one has stopped him from going on Russian TV 17 times and saying also and repeating that the one world political leader he most admires was Vladimir Putin, even though Vladimir Putin is a war criminal and a dictator who has regularly interfered in other countries' democratic elections.
Taking Texas moment on Capitol Hill, the House Judiciary Committee holding a hearing on free speech under attack in Europe. The ranking member there, Jamie Raskin, used his opening statement to attack one of the witnesses, British Parliament member Nigel Farage. Here's how Farage responded to that. Let's hear that.
I'm delighted to acquaint the charming Mr. Raskin, and was delighted to testimony you gave me earlier on with your speech. But hey, that's fine. You can say what you like. I don't care. Because that's what free speech is. And in a sense, this has all been going wrong now for a couple of decades. We've kind of forgotten the Voltairean principle that you'll fight and defend to the death your right to say something that we fundamentally disagree with. That is the absolute foundation. If you think about it, free speech and democracy and living in freedom is kind of why we fought 2 world wars at massive, massive cost to defend that very principle for ourselves and for many, many others around the country.
We're going to dig into hearing a lot more with you. That is coming. First big legal win now for President Trump's energy agenda. Federal appeals court siding with the EPA in a fight to cancel out billions of dollars in Biden-era
climate break. EPA Administrator Lee Zeldin has been an outspoken critic of the so-called Green Bank. He joins us now. Sir, thank you so much for taking time with us. I'm going to read you something from the D.C. Court of Appeals in this filing. They write, the court ignored the government's evidence of mismanagement of the grant funds, such as the Jamie Gold Bars video, which further supports EPA's good faith in deciding to terminate the grant, at least that the funds with proper supervision and accountability. So to that point, was the EPA's objection to the Green Bank, would you describe it as primarily policy motivated?
I don't know. Do I?
The Biden administration's energy policy, or would you say it's more about concerns of fraud, waste, and mismanagement?
Top three concerns that we've had at the Trump EPA has been that the grants were riddled with self-dealing and conflicts of interest, unqualified recipients, and reduced agency oversight. You just referenced that quote from the majority's opinion, the gold bar video. This is something that came out in December while they were going through the transition process, where a Biden EPA employee was talking about how they're rushing to get billions of dollars out the door before President Trump gets inaugurated. And he was calling it, like he said that they're tossing gold bars off the Titanic. The gold bars are tax dollars off the Titanic means they know that they were wasting it. So that is a major red flag that was alerted to us during the transition, is a major red flag where sirens were going off for congressional Republicans. And the pledge that I would ask to make when I was going through a confirmation hearing was that if, when confirmed, I would commit to making it a top priority to figure out what he's talking about, where the money went, and to restore accountability to the dealer powers policy for waste and abuse. That's why we came in. We saw all of these issues. We canceled the entirety of this grant. And the district court judge initially put an injunction against us taking that action. But as you just cited, the majority opinion from the D.C. Circuit Court of Appeals said that the district court abused its discretion in issuing that injunction and ruled in favor of the Trump EPA. It's not just something we can do, but this is a responsibility, this is a duty, this is something that we must do on behalf of the taxpayers.
Okay, so help us wrap our minds around this. This isn't just about canceling contracts. I mean, these are contracts that are in place with the money already in the government's hands. So, I mean, are you confident that you can actually claw back all this money?
Right, so this is $20 billion that were parked at an outside bank for 8 pass-through entities. And that money has been frozen at the bank. That money has not been getting spent. The 8 pass-through entities include, for example, that $2 billion that went to the Stacey Abrams NGO that President Trump often talks about. They received $100 in 2023. And then the Biden EPA gave them $2 billion in 2024. There was language inside of these grant agreements requiring them to training called How to Develop a Budget. They had 90 days to complete that training, yet in the first 21 days of that timeline, they can start spending the money. There was a lot that was wrong with it. Fortunately, this is something that we jumped on instantly upon confirmation and got this money frozen at Citibank, the bank where the money was being parked.
Mr. Administrator, Senator Whitehouse's top down on Senate Environment says that the elimination of the solar program in particular, I believe there's a $7 billion allotted for that, is, quote, going to further hike electricity costs and make our power grid less reliable. I know you disagree with that. Can you guarantee, make a promise to Americans that electricity costs are not going to increase at all as a result of the clawback?
Energy costs are not going to increase as a result of the clawback. Senator Whitehouse should be advocating for his constituents and the rest of New England to be able to access natural gas. They should be calling for a pipeline to be built to deliver natural gas, which right now Pennsylvania is prepared to send to New England. Instead of New England relying on foreign sources of energy, we should be relying on U.S. domestic energy. Senator Whitehouse is compromised. There's other members of the Senate BBW committee who are in the same position. They don't want us to get to the bottom of where the money went. That Solar for All program included grants that in some cases were going to 4 pass-through entities, where each entity was getting 15% or more of the bid. So this isn't $1 that Congress appropriates, where that dollar ends up getting spent for its intended purpose as Congress put in statute. Instead, that dollar gets diluted massively. We're sitting in the White House saying we absolutely want to make sure that we're being responsible with tax dollars. Let us know all of those examples of everything that's wrong, and let's do something about it. Instead, they don't want to acknowledge that there's anything wrong with any of this. They want us to have reduced agency oversight, and they want all those Biden and Obama connected administration officials to just be getting all of this money, and for other money to be going to left-wing NGOs, and for us to not ask any questions. Sorry to the White House, there's a reason why you're the minority.
Looks like a 30-second answer, but I don't know. But I mean, if the Trump administration for any green initiatives, will there be any room for any federal funding under his second Trump term?
Well, first off, Congress, we're going to fulfill all the statutory obligations under the law. And when Congress passes a law, the Trump EPA is going to be following that law. Because we have a zero tolerance policy for any waste and abuse, we fulfill all of our statutory obligations. President Trump, well, I'm for whatever President Trump is advocating for, and President Trump has been very outspoken about his concern with the economics of offshore wind, and he wants to ramp up more baseload power. America needs so much more baseload power than will be delivered with that attitude that wind is the substitute and it's the answer for all. It's not happening.
Got it. All right. Always appreciate your time, so thank you so much. Thank you. Well, he has tried to scale back some of his most radical policies, but there's one issue he's not budging on, and it could come back to bite New York City's working class. Trust this. Well, it turns out millionaires look out for one another. It's the Republican members of this committee, at least 9 of whom are millionaires. So she has made a habit of criticizing millionaires, American upper class people. So wait until you hear now what we're learning about Ilhan Omar's net worth. We've got Charles Payne to react to that commitment.
Ideal gas. Indigestion. Ideal gas. Bloating. Ideal gas. It's a unique combination of herbs. Ideal gas helps relieve 6 digestive symptoms to help you feel better. 6 digestive symptoms, the power of nature. Ideal gas. AI Smart Care. That's right. You know, all those things I understand. My soul contains the basis of the Lord. My spirit rejoices in God, my Savior. For he has looked with favor on his lowly servant. He had mercy on those who fear him in every generation. Lord, is the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit, as it was in the beginning, is now, and will be forever. Join me in prayer as we go outside. Download an app.
We all have that list of home improvement projects that we do, and if replacing your home's windows and doors is on that list, you want to know that it's going to be good. I'm from Renewal Wyoming, and we help thousands of customers who are on a budget with our windows and doors for their home. How do we do it? Well, here's something you don't expect to happen on your company. You don't have to upgrade all your windows and doors.
Okay, so this
You know you can wait on it. And here's something that we offer, and you don't find a lot of contractors. Great financing.
Before September 30th, when you buy 2 windows or doors,
let that
you'll get
and
the third
ship
one
it.
60% off, with no money down, no monthly payment, and no interest for 12 months.
It's almost like free money. No wonder half of our customers sign up. Before we talk about the warranty, think about other things in your house. You sometimes feel like you had to buy the expensive extended warranty to get the good coverage.
Yeah,
Never
for a million views.
Our windows are so durable and are installed in short time, unlike some other companies. Our warranties cover the windows and
It's really not that simple. Sell the product, you manufacture the product, install the product. Because when you're doing custom, when you're doing one type of
Especially doors like vendors and hosts that breaking those doors in your budget.
Before September 30th, when you buy 2 windows or doors, you'll get the third one 60% off. That's 60% off. And financing to help make it more affordable. With no money down, no monthly pay, and no interest for 12 months. This offer ends September 30th. For a free appointment with Renewal by Anderson, call 1-800-519-4477. That's 1-800-519-4477.
If it's important, it's not worth compromising. Which is why with farmers, you don't have to compromise quality because weight savings comes first. Jim, take mine.
We both take altitude every day.
Yeah, everyone knows that people need
It's a wonderful time.
This is just a store.
Get 35% off your first set as a preferred customer by using
The
discount
best
code
there
FOXY.
is.
I got something else that no. Before
What
you do,
is this?
first, my teeth
It doesn't
start
charge.
then skin turns blue. I started to age very rapidly. I lost my hair, my dignity, and every friend. And I will only be remembered as that drug user. Don't take that more. Because if you do, you're dead. Like me.
Really helping the top policy and the fentanyl crisis.
Well, about hundreds of people descending now on Capitol Hill. Lawmakers and victims are pushing to release all files related to Jeffrey Epstein investigation. Senior congressional correspondent Chad Pilgrim is there on the Hill with all the details. Hi, Chad.
Gentlemen, good afternoon. Well, they want all the documents released without redactions. The attorney for the victims, Bradley Edwards, says people will both be appalled by what's in the documents. Democrats and a few Republicans are pushing the House to release everything.
These are some of the richest, most powerful people in the world that can sue these women into poverty and homelessness. Yeah, it's a scary thing to name names, but I will tell you, I'm not afraid to name names. And so if they want to give me a list, I will walk in that Capitol on the House floor, and I'll say every damn name that abused these women.
A massive crowd stormed the Capitol today as Epstein victims pushed lawmakers to bypass House Speaker Mike Johnson and vote to compel a release of the Epstein documents. So far, only 4 Republicans have signed on to the plan. President Trump accused Democrats of engineering the Epstein issue to distract from his accomplishments.
So what they're trying to do with the Epstein hoax is to get people to talk about that instead of speaking about the tremendous success. We're having the most successful 8 months of any president ever. And that's what I want to talk about. That's what we should be talking about, not the Epstein hoax.
Haley Robson is an Epstein victim. She says the president is wrong and encouraged them to listen to the
Mr. President Donald J. Trump, I am a registered Republican, not that that matters because this is not political. However, I cordially invite you to the Capitol to meet me in person so you can understand this is not a hoax.
The House Oversight Committee just released 33,000 pages of Epstein documents. Included in the new material is a congressional video which fills in the missing footage from near Epstein's cell on the night he died in New York City. Julie?
We're a very animated crowd out there. We understand this morning and after. Amazing. All right, try to keep us posted. Thank you for that. Stacey? All right, squad member Ilhan Omar likes to bash the rich, but it turns out she may be one of them. A member of the uber wealthy club. A recent financial disclosure revealing the Minnesota congresswoman may be worth as much as, hold your breath, $30 million. Oh my gosh, it's a massive increase over the past year. Our friend in Charles Payne has made money on boxes. I had to look at this a couple of times. It's $30 million, that's a lot of zeros. And this is the very congresswoman who spends a lot of time going after wealthy people.
The hypocrisy is just mind-boggling. And I will say, over the last few years, the Democratic Party has become, without a doubt, the party of this, from policies and everything else. So I don't know how much longer they'll get away with this charade, but just going through this, right? Her form is crazy to me, Sandy. So you have this thing, Lost Lake Capital LLC in Washington, D.C. The value is anywhere from 5 to 25 million. I couldn't find much, I'm looking around, I did find a Lost Lake Capital out of District of Columbia, but the revenue is less than 5 million. I think they have less than 25 employees. I mean, so how do you get a $25 million valuation out of something that might have less revenue than just 5 million? And then, of course, there's this 1 to 5 million from a winery out in Santa Rosa, California. The same kind of thing. 2023, this winery had income of between 15,000 and 50,000, and now all of a sudden, just a year later,
And now she's at 3 million somehow.
Oh my. Maybe someone could go through this and help me understand it a little bit more here. There's a hypocrisy part of this, and also I did find out something on Rock Capital. I'm not sure if it's the same, but it's talking about having diplomats working for them and trade agreements.
So she makes 50,000 a year from a restaurant, and somehow her net worth is $3 million.
This is February 2025. My salary is $174,000 before taxes. I don't have stock or a home. It's been paying off my student debt. I checked in my public financial statements, and you will see I barely have thousands, let alone millions. Well, it may be the case that a lot has changed for her in the past year, but I can't imagine it changed to that point when her salary may have been that doesn't mean she wasn't already making money.
Well, yeah, exactly. And again, like the assets themselves is kind of, if you own a business that goes from 50,000 income and then it's worth 25 million.
Well, one of them was the winery, the other was the venture capitalist firm.
Yeah, her husband consults, aka pay my husband and I will make the law for what you pay for.
That usually happens with elected officials.
That's called buying a politician. Pay my husband's consulting firm, and then I will make a law for whatever you want. That's what it is. Everyone knows that. You pay my husband, I'll give you the law that you want.
We as Americans, listen, focus on our well-being if you want to be quote-unquote a public servant.
Everybody knows the little trick. This one little trick changes a whole country to be a shithole. Pay my husband and I'll make a law.
Who are extremely wealthy. You are you have $700 debt. Republicans pushed $1.7 billion in tax cuts to help corporations and billionaires. I mean, and this is a very person, member of the Democrat Party, who are cheering on Joe Van Downey here in New York City, who's now touting his minimum wage plan, which some fear will hurt low-income New Yorkers, many of which could lose their jobs if this was imposed.
Good.
Your reaction?
$40 an hour, for any business to sort of recoup that. You can't have a fast food restaurant. I mean, so you're going to make burgers and you're going to pay the workers $30 an hour. The burgers have to cost $200 each, right? So the average family in America, in New York, rather, couldn't live off that. We've seen this over and over again. Everywhere in California, for instance, whenever these things seem to put in place, it's the low-income folks, the poor people who really, really suffer the most. They can't start a business. Who helps them start a business if you got to pay the workers $30,000? So there's a moat. They build a moat around the richest people there are. They make it impossible to challenge them. And they take away the ladder of success from anyone who doesn't already have it.
And it's the thing that you've been talking a lot about on your show, 2 o'clock, Eastern on Fox Business Network. Charles, thank you so much. All right.
President Trump is willing to go on offense in ways that others have not been, and to send that clear signal to Nicaragua, Cartel del Sol, and others emanating from Venezuela. We're not going to allow this kind of activity.
Private Secretary of Defense there saying the U.S. military targeted an alleged drug boat supporting Venezuela. Is this about stopping drugs, or is it actually part of a wider Venezuela strategy? We're going to talk about that with Russian President Vladimir Putin missed the deadline to jumpstart peace
whatever his decision is, then we'll either be happy about it or unhappy. And if we're unhappy about it, you'll see some things happen.
Whether you're a professional driver or just a fan, vehicle breakdowns are costly. These are expensive.
Started making some really weird noises. The last thing I remember was just the engine cut out.
If your check engine light comes on tomorrow, the repair can easily cost thousands.
It does that huge $15 broken axle.
But with Endurance, you can never be out of pocket for a costly repair again.
They covered a $14,000 engine.
Why is is Edge open? Microsoft Edge is open, but it's not.
Got a brand new transmission and maybe not use any certified.
I never saw the repair bill. Yeah, that doesn't mean you didn't get a repair bill, honey.
All major parts are covered.
Did you pay it though?
They don't play games. There's no middleman. They're a solid.
I never saw the repair bill.
I would have paid over.
Sometimes I don't look at my bills either.
Something is going to break them. Make them do it.
With Endurance, your car will cost is way down. When you're parking, that's what you do. Allowing you to drive more and pay less.
One claim alone saved me more than $4,000. I've had 5 claims, and that is $3,500 that I've kept in my pocket.
So, who's going to pick your next car repair? Me or Endurance?
Whether you put 10,000 or 100,000 miles a year on your car, if it's less than 2 years old, Endurance has you covered. With unlimited miles. Plus, your plan covers 24/7 roadside assistance. Anywhere in the country. Plus, you will get $300 off any plan. So for 2 years, you have absolutely no benefits. A $2,000 value free. And extra convenience plans come with a 30-day money-back guarantee. And how? Now. Call 1-833-888-9796 That's 1-833-888-9796. Something at all. From the best you're too old to think about. You take a whole tonight, run for it, like I'm at a race course. Go for the number, you don't say 266. Next time, I will. Well, give it a minute.
No record. It's a living raw thing. That's nasty by the way.
New customer satisfaction and Panhandle. One person
So I'm installing Skyscanner, and Google Play said auto open the app after it installs. It didn't auto open. Are you kidding me? You can't make this shit up. Auto open the app after it installs. Installation complete. Do you want to open the app? Oh my, it doesn't even work. Who coded that? Take a guess. Take a wild guess. Who coded that? There's only 2 answers. Someone incompetent or AI. Because it doesn't work. How much is 1,400 New Zealand dollars? Why is it in New Zealand dollars? Why? Why is my phone in New Zealand dollars?
Difficult.
344 one way to Tokyo.
According to stress, you have any of these symptoms. Febrility may cause low blood sugar, with diabetes, especially if you test before. Are your prescribers and experience vision changes, heart racing breaths, or any mental changes?
depression and also suicide. Side effects of
How much is an average capsule hotel in Tokyo, Japan? $15 to $30 a night. A little more than Thailand, but it should be a bit quieter than Tokyo. Tokyo's a little more developed. $15 to $30 a night. It's not bad. This time I'm just bringing a backpack. You know, we can pay off the car, get the title, and then sell it. That'll buy me like a year in Japan. Why not? For 2 years in Bangkok. A year and a half on $30 a day. On $30 a day, that's enough for a pretty nice hotel room in Bangkok, plus $10 a day on food. And that's a year and a half if I sell the car. It's not bad.
making chemicals that were oddly proven in the hotel. Well, there's no way that now. Ever since we introduced him to the burger farm, it just changed his quality of life. He is number two, and will be having better food, better you.
I'm David, former New York Mets third baseman, and I support the Food to Towers Foundation. My father was in the Army Reserves and then went on to work his way up in the police department to assistant chief. At the time, he didn't quite know the challenges that they faced, so he didn't get
I can't see what color they are.
kids now to certainly appreciate his service and appreciate his value to the places. So he does continue to help. And also work for the research department. He feels as though even in the farming communities, we can really real behavior programs is a great story and full of human values that we're all grateful and privileged to know. Because we just focus on everybody's just value from everybody and share the value and who will be because they're the ones who know the work that they do on a daily basis to bring another meeting and get the bring patients so if you it's really cool. First of all, the American thing really does make me happy. I think it's because I see firsthand the great work you do on the farmland at these facilities, these sites. You can see that the relationship from the very beginning. It's a long opportunity for a long way to make a big difference. So that's where you are. And when you can see that work on that way, that's so good to you. You look at those places, they're not just growing, they're Florida. They're growing, you must be very fortunate. Now, those are the same numbers that were last year. Those are the only numbers now. So what we have is a story. Here's a person that grows big money in the past, like big massive billionaires are buying golden river lands. He's growing big enough to use a brand nailed to the ground. So here we have my family and the company I trust here today. We're going to talk every hour, every week. Bring your free business ebook. Discover how easy it is to earn gold. GPU or anything in that area. Also, experts believe that $15,000 in bonus gold with 25%. Call 888-550-6000. 888
Guys, I'm really close. I'll do it.
Just a thing. You don't really have now. Oh, hey, do you see your telephone number? Yes, I do. And that's a location contact. Right? What do you want? Honestly, I got my baby checked out. Thank you, buddy.
No, what about Russia? Kazakhstan.
It's everything. But you did say here's a word. You cut
One call from the bloodiest prison in the South now the Trump administration's new home for the worst of the worst criminal illegal migrants. Talk about it. Worst will be the hours for Kansas and New York unemployment. Kansas area killing Hunter and Boston John Roberts asked today the nation's most active prison investigation is using lockdown intervention people like this Honduran man who illegally escaped nearly 400 charges now related to child pornography. And this man, an illegal immigrant from Cuba with felony counts of aggravated rape and battery, and another illegal migrant from Cuba.
going to go Saturday as they all move in. Trump administration is also announcing a huge takeout of cowboys from every blood. They're headed to the bloody cartel. One left by El Chapo. Fox and coverage now. David Trump on the $500 million search left Panhandle by federal agents. But first, let's get right to it. Drug fever. She is out of New Orleans in a second. Hi, Andrea. We are right outside of the Dole prison. This is the largest maximum security prison in the country. It's going to be converted into an ICE detention center. We're told that 51 illegal migrants have already been detained here. Now, Dole prison, it is notorious because I think it's the largest prison in the country. Also mentioning that the largest prison in the South because of its harsh conditions. The Department of Homeland Security says they partnered up with the state of Louisiana, the intelligence portion of this prison, to detain and deport some of the worst of the worst illegal migrants. That section of the prison, which hasn't been used in years, was mostly used for solitary confinement. Louisiana lockup will have the 416 beds. It's funded by the big, beautiful bill, which gave us between 18,000 detention beds in order to help ramp up the deportation. Let's take a look at some of the criminal illegal migrants recently arrested by DC Maryland. It includes rapists, murderers, and traffickers. DHS says these are the type of illegal migrants who will be moved here to Louisiana lockup. This 22-year-old and illegal alien from Honduras was arrested back in March. According to DHS, he had standing warrants for 302 counts of sexual abuse of an animal. And this 17-year-old illegal alien from Cuba, convicted of rape with a weapon and forcible sodomy. DHS Secretary Christy Milne sent us this statement, quote, thanking Governor Landry for his partnership to help remove the worst of the worst out of our country. If you are in America illegally, you could find yourself in CPOP, Fort Place, Speedway Slammer, or Louisiana lockup. Avoid arrest and self-report now using the CBP format, as Secretary Milne is going to be doing in just a few hours with Attorney General Pam Bondi, also the Louisiana governor. They're going to make this formal announcement about Louisiana lockup. After that, we are going to get an inside look into the inside of this facility for our settings, guys. We will anticipate that for sure. Thank you very much. Today, we announced a very significant seizure of 2 shipments of chemicals shipped on 2 different vessels on the high seas en route to the Sinaloa cartel in Mexico. This cartel, as all you know, is one of the largest producers and transporters of fentanyl, and they use murder, kidnapping, torture, and violence as a way of doing business. Something pretty unique here, even as we get record breaking spots in which these massive amounts of chemicals that are used to put deadly drugs like meth. Because they were found in the Sinaloa cartel, like one overseen by El Chapo. That call comes on the heels of an unprecedented.
It's not a new one. It's pretty old.
Justice Department, 4 times at a time. Here in DC, all the details.
Hey, Hillary, moving west from Bookstore in Louisiana over to Texas, that's where Justice Lee Heroes made this announcement. This was an interruption of the drug trade, pure and simple. Often we see chemicals originate in China, go to Mexico, they make their way across the border to the United States. Well, that didn't happen here. It could have amounted to a true value of more than $500 million, 300 kilograms of chemicals Houston and Texas shipped off or stopped in Mexico, specifically to the dangerous Sinaloa cartel. The bus was further safe home to ship, and according to the DOJ, agents seized 6 shipping containers of fentanyl alcohol used to make these drugs. DOJ officials say this was the largest seizure ever by U.S. law enforcement of chemicals used to make meth. In 2023, more than 44,000 Americans died from overdoses related to primarily methamphetamine.
I want you to visualize that instead of these containers or these barrels, which is there on the bottom, because that's what's happening. China's undeclared war against the United States. Would Mexico, the Sinaloa cartel, a more embarrassing organization?
In the last years reeling in, U.S. Customs and Border Protection seized a total of 79,000 just under that kilos of meth along the entire southern border in order to transport chemicals from ports to secure HF5 storage facilities. 24 18-wheeler trucks to transport the precursor of cocaine. Demonstrations dedicated to the Sinaloa cartel as occurred back in January, and that allows future terrorism for future provisions.
Hi. I'm good. How are you?
Which is obviously substantially to the first Trump administration, which was 75,000. And what's changed is by being able to seal the border, law enforcement is able to go after drug dealers, drug traffickers, rather than require law enforcement when they
Just
go
started
to
playing.
the border.
I coded stuff. I haven't been playing video games all day. Applied to jobs. I coded stuff. What else do you want me to do? Start a charity?
The ability to stop this and they want to be free person. So this administration is honed in on China as well. But ultimately, where this is, live state, and basically they did show a bit as well as the shooting down of that boat yesterday shows this administration is on offense, and it is hotel, and they're going to be on defense, which will be good for public safety and good for public health. Yeah, that's an interesting point about all the bad people. We want to see more bad things happen, but I do think it makes sense because this is
Where am I supposed to be going?
used to dealing with the worst of the worst in Louisiana, so they have the resources as well as the infrastructure to be able to keep quarantine them safe, because that's the obligation, and also get them released when it's time to release them. And again, this sort of is sort of a, is showing this kind of incredibly bad media that did show a bit. Show people that are coming here illegally and
The problem here.
might not be trusted, and you might want to trust that you're here, and you might not want to come here if you're thinking of coming here illegally. And the other thing that's important that this shows, you know, we have these judges ruling out here to Africa, I think it was Friday. It shows this administration is resourceful and has the resolve to continue this, and we're going to be creative and work with states, work with private facilities to detain people, so people are not, you know, no matter how many lawsuits are filed, they're going to detain people for their deported. So I think it's a great idea, and I've done it on multiple levels, and I think it's going to influence your practice as well. Yes, and I think this is one of the most effective things the administration is doing on this, because I think the number of people that have self-deported is around 1.6 million or so. We probably don't know the precise number. So I think it is sending the message to not only the serious criminals here, but other people as well, that, hey, the illegal immigration game has changed. It is not a free-for-all. This administration put public safety first, and I think the message is being held heard loud and clear, both internally in the country and also in other places as well. Because it's clear that at the border, where the border numbers in July, I think, were the lowest on record. So people, it is going to
It does. It looks like the Gestapo. It really does. I don't know. Speaking about going,
As an emergency physician, I know parasitic infections are more common than previously believed. Most patients have no idea how they got parasites, or that parasites might be causing their health problems. Parasites can enter your body through undercooked meats and fish, unwashed fruit and vegetables, contaminated drinking water, bug bites, and even from pets. Once inside, they feed on your body and develop key digestive problems, joint and muscle pain, or drowning. Parasites can also damage your heart and vital organs. You may not know how they happen, but getting them out is key to a parasite-free
51 hours. Who cares? Once out.
includes a Nobel Prize winning ingredient that's safe for humans. If you think you're one of the millions of Americans with parasites, try Parasite Cleanse. Visit fulldetox.com/pain for code pain. That's
So it's 3:39 and once out.
If you're not old and outdated, maybe you're not safe. In that one way, jacuzzi gives you the safety you need and the personal style you want. All the price above. So your bathroom can go from this to this to this, or even this.
Yeah. Yes. Can you take it off, please? I don't want to unplug this laptop. You just unplug. Okay. Hard drives should not be unplugged when they're operating because it could lead to data loss and all of my photos are on there. No, don't plug it in. Just leave it. It's a hard drive. It's a physical, mechanical hard drive. Well, then you shouldn't have.
Welcome to Jesse Water's Prime Time. Sure, the problem is it's going to make you go, yeah.
Just unplug my hard drive.
Suffer from congestion where you can live on. Before the buy, how exactly the light that has the estimate.
While it was on.
And the two different is the back of the thigh. Pull it out. Your body helps relieve congestion in just 30 seconds. Rinsing away the allergens, dust, and germs.
3 to 4 days. And we could get out in China if you're like.
Doctor recommended Levant today.
Fellas, listen up. Holiday deals are already here, so shop Fabletics. All Fabletics 80% off. Whoa, that's the deal for the do-it-all moment. The swag-tastic one shopper begins in spring wine shorts, the best-selling fundamental shorts, blind, unlined, knit-and-seam options, all shirts, polos, golf gear, 80% off, all shorts, pants, joggers, 80% off. Fabletics gives it, so get Fabletics. Right now, 80% off. In-store and online at Fabletics.com. I struggle with eating since my time, including curb alcohol. That's why I'm back to work on it. Help others drink less.
10 days visa free.
Last 2 weeks. Xbox Series 710 per month.
Short Factor Hair Growth Accelerator promotes thicker, fuller, healthier hair in just 3 weeks. Hair contains a clinically studied key ingredient. It quickly accelerates hair growth and reduces fine lines and wrinkles. Search Amazon now. The first FM hair growth accelerator. Correspondent Nick Nicholas live in Miami with all the details of Trump's recently released court documents, right? That's right, Hey Billion. We're learning more about these bizarre court documents filed by Ryan Blue behind bars. They clearly depict the sense of anger towards President Trump. Now, Ryan Blue, he made a series of unusual requests in what he called an evidence motion. He suggested that he be willing to trade evidence that the court told President Trump to testify and suggest that he even cite the president. Ryan quote, bring that video on. I think the weekend session would be more fun and entertaining for everyone. Give me shackles and cuffs and let the old fat man give it his worst, end quote. Now those killings don't stop there. Bruce asked for access to Tina River and even joked about playing Trump in a round of golf with a deadly stick. Writing, quote, a round of golf with that racing stick. He wins, he can execute me. I get this job. End quote. Now his witness list is just as unusual. It includes his son, who is serving time on federal child pornography charges, Palestinian protesters from Columbia University, and of course even the president himself, who is listed on that witness list as an insecure, ego idiot, mad fool, end quote. Now this federal judge already plans to subpoena dozens of witnesses, claiming their testimony will prove his non-violent character. And Julian Oliver's motions were filed last night, less than a week before his trial in Texas BBQ, giving us somewhat of a sense of a defense strategy. All right, Marina, you go in Miami for that weekend. I thought it was very board of governors and then back to President Trump to remove her using new court filing to say she can't use filing for mortgage information that was available during her confirmation process. Some Democrats have railed against President Trump's move, but a recent Wall Street Journal piece is calling them out, arguing secondly, Democrats want an independent vet. It is now a story cover on Fox News. Isn't that the case? I mean, look at Fox News. I think Howdy come back and
On the generic point, Lisa Finley gave it a lot of credit. Wall Street Journal editorial board member writing in the journal about suddenly Democrats want independent. This is, of course, Democrats who are forcing Jay Powell, chairman, to engage in here. The network of central banks and supervisors for greening the financial system. And he always denied that he was doing this, but the fact is he did that. And the fact is, Wolf and DEI was rampant through that. And the district banks in particular, okay, let's not forget that. This was all from Democratic pressures during the Biden administration. Now, when Trump won, Jay Powell pulled out of this network of central banks and suddenly, but then, Elizabeth, people yell Trump saying this should have lower interest rates. Elizabeth Warren, many Democrats have been hammering the Fed, hammering Jay Powell, cutting interest rates all the time. Under the previous administration. Well, in the last 4 years, if they go beyond that, I don't know. But it's all politicized. The other thing is Lisa Trump herself, or Lisa, look at her. She lacked monetary expertise, and her academic scholars are focused almost exclusively on racial inequality, not the money inequality, the racial inequality. Now, in 2020, she tried to put her mom, pushing the University of Chicago economics professor Harry Ulrich to be removed as editor of the Journal of Political Economy because he criticized the defund the police movement. No, and didn't like Black Lives Matter. And so she helped forced him off to Chicago back in the end. When she went through her confirmation process, it has now come out, I believe Wall Street Journal, she told the Biden people that she had mortgage problems. Indeed, she had most problems. She has so many primary residences, you can't hardly count them. She's got one in Michigan, she's got one in Atlanta, she's got something up in Massachusetts. The one in Atlanta, apparently, is in the Four Seasons condominium. It's a nice piece to have, but she doesn't live there, and it's now being rented out. All of this violates the law. It gives her special preferences on interest rates, and she's lied, and the evidence is very clear. Right. So my point is, she has been fired. She's out. I mean, we're going to get job support on Friday. She should be part of the household survey, minus one. Okay? And she cannot vote at the meeting in 2 weeks. There's no way. If she goes back into the Federal Reserve building, she should be escorted out because the President of the United States has fired her. It's very simple.
You believe that she stands to be convicted that she never has the degree that she had at the Federal Reserve?
It is true that she has her. No. Of course not. Look, the Supreme Court swayed, the Federal Reserve swayed, but I think it's more than that. The Federal Reserve is not independent of the entire executive branch. I'm sorry. It may be different than the Federal Trade Commission and the Federal Communications, but it has to come under the sway. The president picks the chairman. Okay, the president okays the Reserve Bank president because that goes through the Senate. The president nominates members of the Federal Reserve Board. Okay? Therefore, in my view, I'm not a lawyer, but I can look at the evidence and look at the literature on it. No one ever said there was a law that the president could not fire members of the Federal Reserve. It's grown up, but no one has ever.
All you need to do is lower interest rates yourself, and that seems to be what most Americans are talking about when it comes to what is still an affordability problem in this country. We've got to get those interest rates down in this economic environment. There are many economists, Muhammad El-Arian and others, who are saying, like, you need to do something about this.
Look, Jay Powell has been looking crazy up and down. Didn't do inflation during the 5 years. Again, it's hypocrisy in the Democratic Party. But with regard to Ms. Lucifer, the president has fired her. She must take the necessary steps to stop complaining. Her own lawyer, Abby Lowell, who is unbiased lawyer, right? Even Abby Lowell can't make a case that she didn't do this stuff. And the Biden knew about it when she should have been 49-49. They had to bring in time. You've got a clear word. 49-49.
For one lousy Federal Reserve Board, are you kidding me? You want more of them? Watch the quote bump. And at the end, ladies and gentlemen, ready for the. Thanks, Larry. All right, Clay.
Starring Powerball jackpot grown again, making it the fourth largest ever, and is now at an eye-popping $1.4 billion. And the cash payout, $634 million. Thus, I'm curious this tax, right? Federal government takes a hefty 63% slice of that money, and after sales, Uncle Sam, the quick cash value dropped really dramatically. Look at that, down to just a paltry $400 million. So you take home $634 million that you didn't have yesterday overnight. What could go wrong? So many new friends, I'm sure. And even at $400 million, it's still busy. My goodness. All right. Larry's talking about that. I know, I heard. The government gets its stuff. All right, still at Democrats coming out hard against President Trump's foreign crackdown. The federal officers are being ordered to clean up the streets of Chicago. We don't need the tax to guard Chicago or Baltimore or New York City. We have to continue to resist, and this moment demands courage. It demands us to understand that we must obstruct and do everything we can to oppose any unfair action against our city. We will get fresh reaction to that in the news. We'll hear from Chicago Alderman Nick Casado. It was a chilling conversation, really chilling, caught on a hotline between Russian President Putin and China's Xi Jinping. They're talking about living forever through organ harvesting. We're going to tell you about that next.
In the past, people rarely live longer than 70 years. But today, they say that at 70, you're still a child.
Human organs can be continuously transferred The longer you live, the younger you become, and you even achieve immortality. Do you have a young smile? Sometimes yellow, sometimes white. It's a constant battle between FDA safe and whitening treatments. Until now, get Smile Actives, the day-to-day whitening refill that gives you a more youthful smile and helps you keep it. At 43 years old, I don't recognize products that waste my time. Smile Actives is free and it works. No easy trade, no messy script. Just add a little bit on that happy face you recommend. And hello, white teeth. Just add Smile Actives, your favorite toothpaste, and watch magic happen. I'll probably just try to keep my old this away deep stains so it dramatically younger and whiter teeth. You have a choice. You can have those yellow teeth and just be old Nana or Papa, or you can be smiling, dazzling, full of confidence. I love my white teeth. See you in the call if you're going to smile yet. And if you order right now, you'll double your whitening free. Get an extra Smile Active as our free gift to you, but only one supply times.
I drink coffee every day. I started noticing that my teeth were not as bright as I like to be, a little dizzy. Smile after it works. That's the boy bleeding.
100% of users saw white teeth. Smile Active rips away even the toughest stains from plastic, wine, food. Get the story this way. Youthful smile. Plus, it's safe for veneers, crowns, and dentures.
It's really a no-brainer if you want to like your teeth.
Simply shows brightness and 5 shades whiter in just 7 days. If you think something so easy like Smile Actives to take yellow teeth to white teeth, I wouldn't do it. Act now. Get Smile Actives for just $24.95 and you'll double your order free. But hurry, this deal won't last. Smile Actives is guaranteed to work. Whiten your teeth or get your money back. No questions asked. Don't wait. Get Smile Actives for just $24.95 and we'll send you a second bottle absolutely free. That's free shipping, a free extra bottle. That's an incredible 58% savings. Scan the code, go to smileactives.com or call to get your beautiful whiter smile now. Desktop G7 is one of the easiest ways to get better control of your diabetes. This small wearable replaces finger sticks, lowers A1C, and covers diabetic risk. Not having to enjoy a thing of your health, the gift, so it's more complicated than it seems. I knew I didn't know my diabetes before because it was causing my eyesight. So for 9 weeks, getting authentic on G7 is the biggest diagnosis they've ever had.
I couldn't believe how easy. This small wearable manipulates glucose numbers right from my phone or my teeth. It's just a plan that can be able to go high, low, or steady, so I can go quick and busy in the moment.
Now I'm a superstar. My A1C is 5.7. My A1C moves in the moment. No other CGM boost is more affordable for Medicare patients than Dexcom G7. Don't wait. Call now and get yours.
You might take something where it's hard. You might take support for your joints, or even something for your digestion. So why wouldn't you take something for the most important part of you, your brain? People all over the country take Predator for their brain. In fact, Predator has been the #1 selling brain supplement nationwide for over 10 years. The most important supplement for the most important part of you. Try Predator for your brain today.
Drug smokers sold off the coast of Venezuela. The administration says it had had mothers and their album members aboard.
The United States lost many years ago. The Senate intelligence allowed it to stop drug dealers. We did that. And it's important. In addition to these drug cartels, what they do is they know they're going to lose 2% of their cargo. They basically think they're economic. What we're about to do is when we roll on it, when we get rid of it. So what the President of the United States is going to wage war on narco-terrorist organizations
This one was operating in international waters, headed towards the United States, thought our country was poisoned, and every president comes those days are over.
And it wasn't a one-off. Rodeos that trends like these will happen again.
They are against preventing crime. They are fighting our crime. I want to go into Chicago and have this incompetent government. We can take down Chicago. All they have to do is ask questions. To go into Chicago and we don't have the support of President Biden, but I'll tell you who's supporting us, the people of Chicago.
All right, so my government meeting president attending the community about the introduction leaders in the new city this afternoon as he vowed to fight President Biden, sending the National Guard to help ice operations that compete in the city of Julius. Joining us now, Cowboy, he worked in Chicago for 67 years, and I know you feel very passionately about what he's done. Welcome to you. So, do you want the president to bring in the National Guard?
Thank you, Sandra. Thanks for having me on the show. Believe it or not, I do not want to see the National Guard. I certainly want to see ice here, cleaning things up, but the National Guard on the streets of Chicago, I just don't think it's a good idea. I wish the governor and the president would sit down and figure out what kind of help they could give us. And that would be more police officers.
You too. See you later. Bye.
All right, so I'm so do you want help? Do you believe Chicago needs help?
100% need help, 100% help. I just don't want to see 18 men dead on the streets of Chicago with M16. I believe that's a recipe for disaster. So my preference would be money to hire more police.
Okay, so the president has heard some of those concerns and said, well, we did it in D.C., we brought in the guard, and we had a lot of street making that case on D.C. crackdown. So
72 people were shot. Last week, 7 people were killed. The week before that, 5 people were killed, and 21 people were shot. This is the very way. If you look at Washington, D.C., years ago, it was the same or worse. And now it's continuing to be close to the same level. We have a great resource. I could do that with Chicago. We could do that with New York. We could do it with Los Angeles. So we're making a determination as
So, Nick, you said that it's working there, so why couldn't it work in your state?
Well, I don't know. I think they have no policing power, so that's one of the big problems. So we certainly need help. I want help. I hope the president's people are watching this, and they reach out to me and a couple other elements that think we need help and work something out. But the president and the governor need to talk and figure something out to get something done to help the residents of Chicago, especially in the crime-rich neighborhoods. I really feel for those people that aren't getting any help. They can't walk out their doors. Their children are getting killed. So yes, we need help. I just think the National Guard's on those streets is not needed.
Okay. Well, perhaps we'll have some more clarity on why you don't believe the National Guard is capable of carrying out a task of securing a city and making it. I mean, this is one of the jobs of the National Guard to be able to efficiently do that. I believe that this is questioning their ability to do that. This is Dick Durbin, a Democrat on President Trump wanting to get because he too is against it. Listen here.
President Trump has suggested moving into Chicago troops, that organization along with local officials is a serious constitutional risk. This president wants to help us respond with him. What this initiative is going to invade Chicago, put military checkpoints in the city. We've got to see this is an outrage. I hope that others will join us in moving it.
With all due respect, I mean, this is not a new problem in Chicago. I'm born and raised there. This has been happening for years. And it's only so many things that the property taxes have doubled and tripled just to continue to bring in government revenue. So, I mean, they're saying, well, we can fix it. We can work with them. There's been ample time to do that, and it hasn't happened to the president's point. If you're not going to do it, we're going to come and help these residents.
Well, once again, they need to talk. You're talking about bringing the National Guard in for Black Lives Matter type riots, that's one thing. But to just put them on corners and crime-ridden neighborhoods, I haven't heard a plan yet. Maybe if I hit a plan, I could accept a little bit more. But right now, we can use the money much more to hire more police officers.
Okay, so at least it sounds like you're open to the concept. And right now, I know that. Yes, right.
As I keep saying all the time, I just wish they would talk. They would sit down and talk instead of trying to out-clown show each other. That's all this is about. Okay, sit down and talk. This is what we need. Please help us.
With
Would you like the governor of the state to call the president and invite him in?
I would like the governor and the president to sit down to try to resolve this and see what kind of support we can get to help it ourselves.
So President Trump said he's willing to do so. He hasn't gotten the call.
Yeah, I don't know how it works. I don't know who calls who first. They're playing a game of chicken, and it appears to be. So if somebody pick up the phone, I'm more than willing to be the middleman to pick up the phone, call both of them, and say, come on, you two, get in the room, let's work this out, and let's get this thing to the problem.
All right, and just to clear this up, because I think that's the first time you and I have spoken. You are an independent. You were a Democrat, turned independent. Why?
Right. I identify myself as an independent now. I don't stand for anything the Democrats stand for anymore, other than labor. I'm a very pro-labor guy, but everything else they stand for, the party is the Democratic Party has gotten out of control. I did not leave the party left me. So they're just embracing the lefty rules of the world. I don't understand it. I really don't. They're embracing crime, criminals, let's see, hard left people. I don't understand it. Many of my friends are like me. They all say the same thing. Common sense people are a hard time to live.
Are there more of you in Chicago and the state of Illinois?
Oh, there's plenty of them. Always saw how well Trump did in the state of Illinois. So yes, I believe there's more. Absolutely.
The city is a bit of a different story, but it does seem that we have more and more people on our program. I have to ask Raymond Lopez, the Democrat, all the time, if he's still a Democrat. So far still, but he says we have to think about it.
Yeah, Ray trouble just like I am. You know, I abandoned him a few years ago. I said I'm done with him. Other than the labor issue, support labor, that's it. That's the only thing I have done.
All right, then come back to good having you for that.
Thanks for having me. Appreciate it.
President Sanders, that's completely different now. Russian President Vladimir Putin gives the signal he's ready to meet Ukrainian President Zelensky. He believes it, and there are a whole lot of conditions on that coming. All right, of one person being credited with forcing kids to keep children off their cell phones in the classroom. That is it. You want to feel great about your skin? Get ready to go from this to this. Breaker Race has been delivering life-changing results to women like you and me for a decade. Breaker Race by the Body Firm is a revolutionary system designed to target the visible signs of crazy skin on your body. This isn't just skincare, it's a new super weapon.
With over a decade of proven results, Crater Race has been trusted by over 2 million customers. Crater Race, formulated with a proprietary true firm complex, helps restore elasticity, giving creamy skin and revitalizing skin's natural collagen, so your skin looks and feels like it did when it was young.
I recommend Breaker Race to my patients because I've seen it work. This is a system that actually delivers the results that it promises. That's why it's the #1 selling anti-aging body treatment system for dry, crispy skin. I've been using it for over a decade because it makes me feel healthy and it puts skin in my bones. Okay, Tris? Don't use it.
Crater Race is already an incredible deal at only $49.95. But to celebrate our 10-year anniversary, we'll also send you 2 free gifts. First, it's the Body Firm Skin Revitalizing Tool. Perfect trifecta of heat, hydration, and light therapy to promote more radiant, vibrant, and healthy-looking skin.
It's free. That's right, free. When you order today. Next is the award-winning Natural Hair Cream. Packed with encapsulated retinol and clinically shown to visibly lift, firm, and help improve the look of saggy skin on your neck.
Get all this for a $247 value for only $49.95. Plus free shipping.
And every order comes with a 60-day money-back guarantee. That youthful, healthy-looking, gorgeous skin that you've lost is waiting for you. Breaker Race is how you get it back.
This incredible offer is not available anywhere else. So call or go to thebodyfirm.com right now.
Whether you're in your 40s or 50s, or 60s or beyond, Breaker Race works.
Whether it's your future health, your future income, or your future happiness, becoming an AARP member today can help. Join now for just $11 per year with a 5-year term, and get a second membership free. Call or go online to join today, because the younger you are, the more you need AARP.
Never before has it been more important to protect your assets, IRA, 401k than right that is written. I am Union Bank, and like you, I've worked hard for my money, and I'm not about to lose it now. With all the financial craziness in the world, help protect my retirement by buying gold every transaction. I buy my gold from Roslyn Capital because I trust. With Roslyn, when you order a certain gift, forgiveness, no nonsense, no hassle. Just call. And Roslyn will send you free information on how you can protect your assets and your returns. So protect your future from the problems of the world. Invest in stability with Roslyn Capital.
Call Rosalind Capital now to get your free gold kit, free silver kit, and free IRA kit with smart ways you can transfer or roll over your IRA. Call 800-630-8900. 800-630-8900. That's 800-630-8900.
No, better than Foster Taylor. And I'll talk to you. Okay. Go in. Oh, we're here. You look like you like getting the burger. You got a long neck? You got a stove top hat? Say, man. Is it 4-4? New customers at my restaurant are instantly host. Plus, $1 bonus and such a gift you can keep on the ground. When you hear what happened yesterday, with the latest news, business, and news and local series at 10, now and more. Fox News on your phone series at 10 for relevant news and listen.
Welcome back. Great today. President Trump says he will soon be speaking to Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky tomorrow, the White House says. Russia's President Vladimir Putin will get ready to meet face to face now with Zelensky if Zelensky comes to Moscow. Not going to happen. He's also warning he is ready to end on Ukraine's war if necessary. So joining me now, Michael Allen, former National Security Council official in the Bush administration. Michael, thanks for being with us today. So Putin is now saying, Zelensky can negotiate an end to this war, or I'm going to end it militarily. I mean, on the face of it, it's absurd.
Yeah.
If he had the ability to end the war with overpowering force, he would have done so in the last few years, right?
Yeah. I think Putin has detected that President Trump was increasingly annoyed with him. I think President Trump wanted these two to get together before now. I think if you identified the total non-starter that Zelensky go to Moscow, and God knows what would happen if he were there, it definitely would project that he is the lesser power up against Putin. So that could be the case as well. I think why they wouldn't. So I think it's really a tricky situation. I think he's trying to say to the president, hey, I'm trying to meet with you once this happened, which is a bilateral meeting, but it doesn't seem genuine. It feels like he's still disrespecting the United States and throwing attacks and moves here and there.
So take a listen to this. A hot mic moment. Putin talking to Xi in China about organ harvesting.
In the past, people rarely lived longer than 7 years. But today, they say that at 70, you're still a child.
Human organs can be continuously transplanted. The longer you live, the younger you become, and you even achieve immortality. Well, anybody should know about it. Those two, she has a history of, enslaving an entire population today to all get their organs while they're alive.
Well, that and also, what an appropriate topic for two of the world's greatest dictators to be discussing ways to perpetually be in office. Let's just not expand into third terms and other vice democracies in Russia. Let's just figure out a way to stay in office forever.
That's like a pretty dumb thing to be talking about during an official meeting like that. What do you think of Macron or not?
Yeah, it's creepy to say the least, and I think it's sort of broadly reflective of their friendship. They're having fun conversations, but it was strange and weird, no doubt about that.
Deeply meditating. Michael Garland, thank you for joining us. Great to talk to you, always.
Thank you.
Okay, all right, so in study and edition from bestselling author Malcolm Gladwell, while he says why he said he takes silence on male-born African invading sports. That is natural.
What the change is not asking for it, they're not asking for, a place to be. They're not asking for to be treated with respect and dignity. What they're asking is for no one to question the considerable physical, physiological damage they do to the sport, and no one to question if they're going to eliminate the nation by 5 seconds, suck it up. It looks like an ordinary staircase, but every cave is occasional visitors come with a specific status or things that needed to enhance their seat. Some got stairs and buildings. As a retired physician, I see in my patients, but I didn't fully understand it until how the aging affects. So now I take the ride.
Your mind reduces occasional nervous damage. It combines neurotoxin and vitamin with a clinical study amount of ALA, which reduces occasional nerve discomfort in as little as 7 days. And your hands and feet. Revive constantly eliminates the world's #1 nerve care brand.
With Revive, I'm sleeping great, and my hips are tight. With less occasional burns in my hands, I move into my house with confidence, and I'm getting around town. Getting older now. But living with occasional nerve discomfort doesn't have to. Buy Revive like I did, and get your freedom back.
Find Revive at these retailers near you. Feel confident with Revive.
What will you do when the power goes out? Power outages can be unpredictable and inconvenient, but with a Generac home standby generator, your life goes on up and running. Because when your Generac detects a power out, it automatically powers up, giving your family the security and peace of mind they deserve.
We don't have to worry about whether we lose power if the utility company does not come through our Generac stuff.
We're currently happy. We just want to make sure we're easy.
8 LG home generators are Generac with thousands of satisfied customers.
Number one thing is power. So these are Generac home standby generator.
And owning a generator is easier than ever. Special financing and low monthly payment options are available. And if you call now, you will also receive a free 5-year warranty valued at over $500. Call or go online now to request your free quote.
Back after the Panhandle, Donald Trump goes to war with the cartel, so what comes next? Find out tonight on Panhandle.
Why is supper from congestion when you can have ours?
Before his eyes, I was not living like that type of personality. Passionate with congestion, constant blowing of the nose, and huge differences affecting thighs. Cold impact.
Revive helps relieve congestion in just 30 seconds, breathing away the allergies, dust, and germs other options leave behind. It's that simple.
It's worth every penny that you pay for it.
Find doctor-recommended Revive today. This is my hobby shop. We just moved into a bigger space, brought on another employee, and ordered new branded gear for the team. It's so easy. I just chose my product, added our logo, and fixed my order. Bring your own team together with custom gear. Get started today at customers.com.
I find it challenging to come up with a gift that really impactful and that really makes a difference. So we have a tremendous difference. It's something that is not only looks beautiful, makes you feel amazing, and it's something that we get to use every day.
Furniture heroes like Jackie can find deep cost love, so you can get our consumer reports recommended center mattress,
Features that half and power tilt.
and real marble dining set, and our everyday ladies.
So award-winning author Malcolm Gladwell revised his take on transgender athletes and female sports. Gladwell moderated a 2022 panel discussion at MIT about creating a task force for the inclusion of transgender athletes in women's sports, but now professes self-structure to support something he may not have wanted at the celebration.
It would be advice that really believe in that belief that trans athletes have no place in sex. The reason I'm changing my performance at that now because I share your vision 100%, and I was proud. Again, the idea of saying anything on this, I mean, it's, I believe in the this on, and I was drinking in the sun.
So, I have not been aware that Malcolm Gladwell advocates on trans athletes in women's sports, but he is a smart man. I think I've read, I think I've read all of his books. There you go. Well, the race for Virginia governor could be developed in election ahead of next week's. Run Red is
is in Winchester, Virginia on that, Laura. So, Mark, what is the latest from there?
So good afternoon to you. Governor Glenn Duncan reshaped Virginia politics from one back in 2021. Now he's trying to pass the baton on to his Lieutenant Governor, Winston Earl Sears. The two are holding events all across northern Virginia today, all in an effort to get out the vote. Sears struggled early on in fundraising, really trying to catch up to where her Democratic opponent was. But she's also focusing on two issues that she thinks will make a big difference in the state. That would be both education as well as crime, issues that the Trump justice was at last time. These are the big issues, and Winston's on the right side of those issues, and Sanders on the wrong side of those issues. Democrats currently feeling optimistic in this race. They've got Abigail Spanberger, a former congresswoman out of Virginia, as the Democratic nominee, and while she does have that cash advantage, she is still struggling to avoid some of the more toxic headlines coming out of the Democratic Party nationally. As for Governor Youngkin, he is term limited in race, and I asked him whether or not he'll be retiring from politics or not. He says he's not going to announce any of his bids or governor switch next year.
So, all right, well, wait for that, Mark. Thank you. Julian. All right, this coming to the chief judge out of the classroom. It's been led by both Republicans and Democrats who have turned away students across the country. We've got Jonathan Tate coming up next. Super excited.
If it's important, it's not worth compromising. If you buy responders, you don't have to compromise quality to get great savings on your return. Here, take mine. Sky NFL. Okay. Yeah, what's that?
Are you too old to play football?
Wait, what?
They want somebody that can run it for you, not somebody that is for you. Coach calls your number, you gonna say, defense is set. Heck, so, how you gonna celebrate and win? You gonna give everybody butterscotch candy? Probably not the top of your rap, but people get on the wall, too. That's nasty down there.
New customers bet $5 get $300 instantly bonus bets plus $200 from NFL Sunday tickets. BBQ.
Silver is a progressive penalty judgment on channel 6. 2020, the silver price has risen as much as 190%. Why? In each of the last 4 years, rising demand for solar and electric vehicles alone has put silver supply into a deficit. But now there's another issue. AI, data centers, robots, and quantum computing will require so much silver that silver supplies could be obliterated.
Could silver rise another 190% within 5 years? Find out in this new report from AI President.
I bought silver, and my investment is up 46%. With billions being poured into AI, it makes sense to consider silver.
Call your capital to get your free report from AI Revolution and see why you could win a record high silver. And with a qualified purchase, get up to $15,000 in bonus silver. Call 800-654-1010. 800-654-1010. 800-654-1010.
It's going to be the days we love to forget. So one thing that came out of this whole has been the
You okay, man? Consumers telling you know there are a lot of officers flying around that say, slip away, too fast. We don't play games, but you see what you get. No hot air, just plans starting at $20. Bet you're glad you want cargo pants. This cargo pants are all those pockets. See how we can cut your bills. Plans start at just $20. Call Consumer Cellular. Effective, healthy blood sugar metabolism support starts here with Super Booty capsules from the maker of doctor-formulated metabolic support. Start with a post-meal slice. Support your healthy glucose response and get the most from your diet. With clinically researched high-absorption bourbon with just one capsule daily. Keep supporting your metabolism with center of your health.
And for a limited time, find out how to get your first month free when you get started at supergreen.com.
If your dog owns caffeine, maybe not safe, invest one day jacuzzi gives you the safety you need and the personal style you want. All the friends you love. So your back can go from this to this, this to this, or even this to this. And right now, we're waiving all installation costs and offering no interest or payments for a year.
Good for $50,000 off. Call 800-960-6229. That's 800-960-6229. Call now.
Republicans just passed using an advanced
Good.
smartphone in classrooms all across America. All 50 states now have reported the task force pushing some form of legislation to rein it in. The message is clear: keep the phones down. Let kids learn. Political credit to our next guest sparking this strange and unexpected alliance. Let's go ahead and bring in Jonathan Tate, social psychologist, author of The Anxious Generation. I could not be more excited to talk to you, Jonathan. Sometimes when I'm reading your stuff, I'm thinking you're a genius. And then, to be honest, sometimes I'm reading thinking you just managed to lay bare and put into words things that all of us kind of knew and feared deep down. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, I think that's right. Because Republicans have children, Democrats have children, legislators and governors, they all have children. We all saw it. We all can see what these phones are doing to our thinking. How can you see what's doing to us? We can't pay attention when we're distracted by all those interruptions and social media and all that. So it's insane to think that we ever let kids have these devices in school.
I agree.
And so, yeah, I agree. Like, everybody should see it. And when my book came out, The Anxious Generation, it kind of provided a way for people to come together and say, oh, yeah, this is what we do. Let's just start thinking about that. And it's happening at lightning speed. It's really thrilling to watch.
So your writing focuses on these four foundational sort of core reforms you put forward. I want to hear you in your own words talk to us. I have a 4-year-old and an 8-month-old. I want to avoid both of them from becoming addicted to phones and having their lives ruined. What do I do?
So you have to push back against what's called a phone-based childhood. Or you and I had a play-based childhood. We all had play-based childhood until they're reasonable. And now our kids, we give them phones and iPads when they're toddlers. And once we give it to them, it's always going to be more interesting than everything else. So what I propose is 4 norms for pushing back the phone-based childhood. And it's first, no smartphone before high school. Do not give your child a smartphone. Their first phone, do not give one before high school. Is a landline, you actually landline comes down, it's a basic phone. The second is no social media notifications, because this is the worst thing that they do on the phone, especially for girls. So if you're not looking at Instagram or Snapchat, immediately and the third is actually use phone-free schools. The teachers take the phone.
I completely agree.
Phones are going out and the results.
This guy knows what he's talking about.
And the final is if we're going to take away the phones and not let our kids grow up 10 hours a day on the phone, we have to let them play with each other outside. We have to get them back independent people. That's what they need to do. Yeah.
Real quick, what do you tell parents who tell you that without phones in schools, they feel like they are disconnected from their kids during the day?
I say that's great. That's actually the design where our kids are supposed to become independent. They're supposed to learn how to do things on their own. I understand as a parent, it's nice to be able to reach your kid in class and know that everything's okay. But we have to let our kids grow. The results so far are terrible. We're always checking in on them and their attendance. So I understand the problem. We have to do what's best for the kids, not what's best for our children.
Yeah. Nobody would put it as succinctly and as poignantly as you, Jonathan. Thank you so much for taking time with us today. We'll stay in touch with you.
I hope so. Pleasure to be with you.
Thank you. So much to say about that. Last time. I can talk here for an hour, but I can't. Oh, all right, Dave. Great to have
An hour is too long. These interviews for an hour.
Good to be with you. I'm Sarah.
It's too much.
I'm filling in for Florida Marcy Calistro right now. Hey, Steph, thank you very much. You both good afternoon, everybody. I'm Marcy McCallum, and this is the story. Dr. Oz will join me shortly, the administrator of the Centers for Medicaid and Medicare Services, coming up as RFK Jr., the boss at HHS, faces a growing were bold. Within the agency, we'll talk to Dr. Oz about that. And Washington, D.C.'s mayor has opened the door to a continued presence of the federal National Guard potentially in Washington, D.C. after a quote noticeable decrease in her city's crime situation. And who wouldn't want that? President Trump said he's now figuring out which cities to help next.
We had a great thing going. I could do that with Chicago. We could do that with New York. We could do it with Los Angeles. So we're making the determination now. Do we go to Chicago, or do we go to a place or where we did a great job with Jeff Hamilton, who won in Chicago. So we're going to be going to maybe Louisiana. And you have to go out with the contract with and that's like do it. Do it easier than easier. But we can straighten out Chicago.
Secretary President Aaron says that he wants Illinois Democrat Governor J.B. Pritzker to call me up. He said, I was expecting to call me up, and we talked about some positive solutions for Chicago. Here's the response. From the governor of Illinois.
How do we become a country where it's okay for the U.S. president to insist on national television that a state should call in to beg for anything, especially something we don't want? Have we truly lost all sense of sanity that we treat this as normal?
Senior White House correspondent reporting live at 29 on. Hi, here.
Good afternoon. If this city country had an sense of violence, President Trump is secure to be found here in Washington, D.C.
Friends of mine that haven't gone to a restaurant in 30 years, one of them went out 5 times in the last 2 weeks to a restaurant with his family. They feel totally safe. Washington, D.C. is a totally safe city. You're not reporting any crime. It's not. They say crime is down 87%, and I know it's not down 100%.
Mayor Bowser quietly taking steps to keep federal help on the streets of D.C. He signed an order yesterday evening for the State and Beautiful Emergency Operations Center open. Caroline Lemon says about that. Trump administration is grateful to continue partnering with Mayor Bowser to make it easy to make the safest city in the country. The mayor's fellow Democrats take note, working with President Trump means safer communities and less crime. No one in their right mind seriously oppose that. J.B. Pritzker does oppose the National Guard in Illinois, even though he admits he's used the National Guard
Who is that guy?
as recently as last year.
This city has hosted major political conventions, flashpoint events like the NATO Conference, and huge sports and entertainment gatherings. Some, like the Democratic National Convention last year, even required a limited deployment of the Illinois National Guard for broad security purposes.
But President Trump is still the possibility of deploying the National Guard to Illinois first and then working legal challenges later.
Stephen, thank you very much. With that, we bring in former Chicago Police Superintendent
Whatever.
Gary McCarthy, who has also served as Deputy Commissioner in the NYPD and is now police chief in Willow Springs, Illinois. A long time dedicated public service. Very good to have you with us today. Thank you very much for joining us. Thank you. So I want to put it from the former Chicago mayor, Lori Lightfoot, and get your response to that, sir. If you really cared about violent crime, go after these unmanufacturers who are just mass producing these weapons and have no liability or accountability. Go after the gun stores that know that they're selling to small purchasers that flood into our cities. Have common sense gun reform that we have been begging for decades. Superintendent, what's your response to that?
Well, first of all, none of these people are criminologists. Crime is a multifaceted issue. Gun control would certainly help. Stopping the flow of legal guns going into the illegal market would certainly help. But by the same token, there's no...
Because what's happening?
And, you've got a mayor here in Chicago who can't speak 3 sentences without saying black and brown people. Yet he's taking those resources to make them more shots fired. Those were not deployed.
What happened to this one?
They were deployed in the south and the west side of Chicago.
he took that away, refusing to take more resources, which, by the way, I'm not sure what the National Guard is doing in D.C., but something seems to be working.
What happened to that one?
Honestly, have not heard a word from him regarding it. They probably haven't updated in a day.
Okay.
He should come up with a plan and say, look,
Did I miss it? I don't think so.
maybe stop the retail theft. We're not going to be handling calls for service. We're not going to be doing repeat stuff. We're not just going to be doing cost stuff. But what they can do is destroy it.
It's on my calendar.
Be helping them. I'd like to know exactly what they're doing in D.C. because I'd like to learn why it's happening. How it's happening.
Yeah, there are some reports that they're, cleaning up certain areas, and it seems to be that one of President Trump's sort of favorite tactics is just return. And they have this presence on the street, which seems to be acting as a deterrent for people to, to act up or to break into retail stores. Listen to this from this interesting exchange with Governor Christopher.
It's more like 12. Okay. I'm actually downplaying my experience. That's how fucking ridiculous this is.
Look, big cities have crime. There's no doubt about it. But let's just pay attention to what President Trump is doing to try to strategy. He's overlooking red states that have much higher crime.
Yeah, I want to back that up if I may. This is from Joey Lee, who's a Chicago resident and founder of Chicago What?
They don't understand law and they don't understand order. The fact of seeing seniors getting killed, children getting killed, mothers getting killed, young men getting killed, and we are not getting any help at all. It's starting to become normalized, and that is not enough.
Please pick up this spot, Governor Christopher there, where he says, big cities have crime.
Yeah, well, it's hard to try to prevent it from happening. Not just us in police world, but government. And walking along the lakefront at sunrise, it's a very simple thing to do. But I also found it astounding that Governor Christie yesterday went to Little Village, which is a primarily Hispanic neighborhood, and at the end of the day, he talked about how safe it is. Well, I think the working there for 9 months. That might have something to do with the fact that they've got a 55% reduction in violent crime at Little Village. So, it's a multifaceted issue. Like I said, you do this, you do that, and different things happen. But it's like a laboratory. You add this, you take that away. And that's how we reduce crime. It's multifaceted. Nobody's thinking in those terms. It's very simple. Put the cops on the top, put the show guard on the top, and let's see what happens. But you know what? I would take the resources, even though it would run me a little bit the wrong way, because I don't want myself to look to the right way.
I mean, the DC mayor basically is just saying, it makes us safer, the numbers go down, let's work together on it. And that's a very reasonable, any mayor should want the lowest crime numbers possible in their city. This is people say, Sheriff McCarthy, thank you very much, former Chicago Police Superintendent. Always good to have you with us, sir. Thanks. So just a quick rundown. New York City Mayor Eric Adams is denying talk of a possible dig in President Trump's administration to open up debate against socialist candidate Bill Ramazan, a political panel on that coming up, and the Democrats who are making light of the speculation about President Trump being dead or ill because he didn't show up like one afternoon over Labor Day weekend and went out to play golf.
You get up in the morning and you scroll through things, and although I will say this, the last few days you woke up thinking there might be news. Just saying. There will be news sometime, just so you know, there will be news.
Temperature brings the soul all cool. So no more sweating all night or blasting your air. Because the Timber Breeze keeps you 10 degrees cooler all night long. Don't miss our biggest savings. Savings of $700 on some 159% sale. If you're a veteran, own a home, and need cash, here's good news. Your service to our country has earned you the right to apply for a home loan that's VA guaranteed. And the Everyday 100 VA cash out loan lets you borrow up to 100% of your home value. With a conventional loan,
Well, I put the fix in.
New Day veterans are taking out an average of $81,000. That's me. Like tapping into the value you built up in your home, you can pay off your car loan, your credit card, and lower your payments for hundreds of dollars a year, thousands a year.
We want every veteran family in America to have the financial peace of mind they claim to deserve.
When other lenders say no to a veteran, New Day can say yes. Call now 1-800-995-4167.
This football, no matter who you cheer for, we all know how much college sports means to us. But it's the risk. Dramatic changes are causing nearly every athletic department in America to operate at risk. Forcing cuts, putting women's sports and country dreams in immediate danger. The solution? Congress must modernize the broadcast. That single change will generate the funding to protect all sports and all schools.
No.
Let's save college sports. For the cost, unbound.
Otherwise, crazy Cascana, crazy dark.
You're receiving your
Big truck running like he's double shot. Wonder if I'm going to be wrong.
rate. Ed,
Is it? What? You say you there? Yeah, because he's not going to say it's everything. If he did say it, he'd go.
New customers at $5 get out 16 bucks. Plus, $100 off NFL Sunday tickets. You can see it around the field.
President Trump working hard to make our country safer, but unusual Democrats
Oh.
are on the wrong side of every big issue. Republicans brew, so break it all
Fake
down.
jobs on LinkedIn. You're about to get a call from plus 1425.
Sure.
Fake jobs on LinkedIn. Oh my god.
Test your heart in just 30 seconds with Cardigan, and your choice can be prescribed early. The medical grade EKG commitment. And you can get Cardigan Mobile today for $79 at Cardigan.com or use it so you can start taking charge of your heart health. Where should you? Right on those tabs. In 30 seconds, you'll have the medical grade Cardigan Mobile distributes every 6 of the most common arrhythmias, including atrial fibrillation, which, when left untreated, can increase your risk of stroke by 5 times. Cardigan Mobile has recorded over 300 million acute patients and determined clinically valuable personal care. Checking your heart anytime, anywhere has never been easier. Get Cardigan Mobile today for $79 at Cardigan.com or Amazon.
I was going to buy golf pants for $90 until I played around in these that cost just $19. The Don pants from Fabletics is like nothing else. I walked 18 holes without breaking a sweat since these are so breezy. I was never uncomfortable lining up shots because the fabric is so light and stretchy. And they have pockets to hold everything I need. Play every round in style and comfort in the Don pants. Get yours for only $19 when you sign up as a new VIP. Only at Fabletics.com.
I am American. We have not seen a president of this country seek to fundamentally alter the nature of a race, all with the intent of preventing the Democratic nominee from continuing. I don't care about who we will face in November. We'll beat them all.
Then, moments ago, new cries of election happening as reports surfaced of talks among top White House officials about potentially giving New York City Mayor Eric Adams a position in the administration in exchange for ending his re-election bid. Now, the mayor has been trailing in polling so far. A lot of people believe this race really begins this week after Labor Day, but all the polls so far have shown Mamdani to be in the lead, and then we have independent Congressman Cuomo as well. Now, they haven't given a time
Fake job. This is the fake one that I just showed you.
nor has
Leave a voicemail.
Trump regarding the mayoral race.
Fake
They're
job.
fully committed to winning this election with millions of New Yorkers preparing to cast their votes. And we are still waiting for further word on that from the White House. So we bring in Katie Vicaria, political strategist and senior advisor to 6 California, and Nancy Aguilar, former chief of staff who was under former President Joe Biden. Great to have both of you, the real team. And what is that with you? you if I say, what's your reaction to what is developing here in this year to the American? It's really, I mean, the starting date for this, I think, is Labor Day. I think that's a very, good way to look at this. But there are all of these factors. And a lot of colleges behind the scenes here designated one person or the other out. I mean, Adams can sit at the table and pretend that he's an actual player in this race, but really the matchup and the focus for folks is between Cuomo and Logani. And that's not to say that Cuomo has any strength here whatsoever. I mean, the mid-July to August fundraising numbers for Cuomo are topping out at 500,000, and Logani was able to pull over a million. So it's going to be tough, but Adams being in the race at this point is more of a distraction, and it does hurt at Cuomo's numbers because the people who would vote for Adams are not the people that we're going to vote for Logani in the first place. Yeah, and it's very interesting. Obviously, Adams has been under some pressure, but he says, I'm an incumbent mayor, and why should I drop out to the person who lost in the primary to Logani? This is a quote Logani has from TV, saying that Trump is very concerned about this race. He said in an interview with the Brooklyn that Trump about the race on Sunday, especially the state of Panhandle could change in the coming days. He's very concerned. He said that Trump had an interview about the president's feelings about the New York race. But what are your thoughts about whether or not there is some sort of offer? The White House has denied it for the New York Times, or declined to comment, I would say, about whether or not they're trying to get him out. Well, look, the New York Times has a history of running false truths or really overt lies, and the White House has denied it, and Mayor Adams has denied it. I think it's probably not on the table at this point. No, I do agree that Mayor Adams should absolutely consider what does it look like if the deck is cleared for Cuomo to win, because the poll numbers show Cuomo actually being able to gain some momentum. We saw Donnie and Walden, Siwa, and Eric Adams all drop out. So I think there's definitely going to be pressure on Eric Adams to make a decision one way or another, and he's going to have to start showing some big numbers that he can actually beat Ron Donnie, which we haven't seen yet. Yeah, just to clarify, we're waiting for a reaction from the White House, and at the time said that the White House has declined to comment. We're waiting for comment from them as well. The anti-campaign is saying that there is nothing to this. Somebody asked about Tim Walz saying that he was disappointed, basically to wake up and find out that President Trump was alive because he hadn't seen him. He made a public appearance over, I think, one afternoon, maybe 2 afternoons over Labor Day weekend. Is that appropriate coming from Tim Walz? Tim Walz has been on a streak of getting a lot of media attaching white rhinos, and so it seems to fall in line with the path that he's usually taken, and he's no longer standing behind Kamala Harris, and he's really trying to make a name for himself. I do think there is a talk to the fact that if you do see the beat and you are talking to the media for a couple hours a day and you disappear, folks are going to scatter. But, I mean, Tim Walz do that at the podium. It's honestly more of a distraction. Let's get back to talking about policy priorities. Labor Day weekend is over. Congress is back in session. Let's get back to the real thing.
It's not Sox 5. Is it?
In the coming weeks and months, and it's great to have both of you, both of you listening to. Thank you very much. Good to see you both. Thank you. So King Trump making the largest ever bust of a poisonous chemical used to flood the United States with synthetic drugs. That is a terror in Howdy, Texas. That's what it means. Every day, tons of chemicals that are used to create synthetic drugs, like methamphetamine and fentanyl, are shipped from China to Mexico in China's undeclared war against America and her citizens. And every day, in funeral homes across this country, we see the tragic consequences of what has happened in this undeclared war. The families who were forced to say goodbye to their loved ones because of this scourge. As a physician, I frequently get questions from patients struggling to lose weight. Do I need GLP-1 injection? Are there side effects? Will the weight come back? Are there effective natural alternatives? Listen, for most people, injections are not the place to start. Weight loss starts at the gut, and that's why I formulated Appetite, the original hunger and craving reducing supplement. The secret to Appetite is a blend of probiotic strains. They stimulate the natural production of the hunger-craving hormone, GLP-1,
And yes, that's the same hormone targeted by popular weight loss injections like semaglutide. And all-natural appetite also contains prebiotics and healthy botanicals to enhance your natural feeling of fullness. If you want to lose weight and keep it off without injections, try appetite.
You heard a story where slowly said he wins? That's terrible advice. Who's the best in the modern workforce? I'm at University of Phoenix, where I learn skills in courses I can put to use right away. I'm career relevant skills in Phoenix next year at the University of Phoenix.
The 1870s and 1921 Morgan silver dollar, a true American classic and one of the most iconic silver dollar coins in history. It has been over 100 years since the last Morgan silver dollar coin was up for circulation.
It's re-downloading everything. Oh my god.
U.S. government stock Morgan dollars are being released to the public. That's right. You can own a full pound of 1878 and 1921 classic American Morgan silver dollar coins, all in very good collector's edition, fully visible dates and mint marks guaranteed. Call 1-800-333-2210 now to secure collector grade U.S. Morgan.
Okay. Hey Bill, this is Jim Washko. I hope you had a great Labor Day weekend. I just wanted to follow up. I spoke with Alexis last week. I think it went really well. Wanted to follow up regarding next steps. Feel free to give me a call or email anytime. Again, my number is 267-418-3996. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Russia's Vladimir Putin, China's President Xi, and North Korea's Kim Jong-un in climate solidarity together at China's largest ever President Putin and Kim Jong-un as we conspire against the United States of America. This stronger language than we heard in the Oval Office a few moments ago or earlier today, but obviously this is a situation that everyone is watching very, very closely. And then there's this, the biggest seizure in U.S. history of chemicals used to make meth. More than 600,000 pounds confiscated. The feds say that the barrels were headed from China to Mexico. That's part of the well-known scheme of creating fentanyl. The could have been extraordinarily deadly as they have been in the country over and over again. Watch this. But I want you to visualize that instead of these containers or these barrels that you see American bodies, because that's what's happening. China's undeclared war against the United States, working with Mexico, the Sinaloa cartel, a foreign terrorist organization. Justin correspondent David Clark reporting live on this spot from Washington. Hi, David.
Hi, Martha. The largest involved in two ships, according to the DOJ. Agents seized 6 shipping containers of benzyl alcohol used to make these drugs. DOJ officials say, as you mentioned, the largest seizure ever by law enforcement officials to having chemicals that make meth. Now, in the interruption of the drug trade insurance, often though we see this trade route we're talking about drugs, chemicals, precursor chemicals going from China to Mexico, then to the United States, that didn't happen. What could have amounted to more than 500 million in trading value was choked off before it got to Mexico. Here's more from the U.S. Attorney.
Some people think they make a quick few bucks and no one will know. We know. You'd be amazed at what we know. We may be following you back, waiting for you to go to the next guy. We may be watching you and not ready to take you down. So don't risk it, because you're going to jail.
And the Trump administration designated the Sinaloa cartel as foreign territory station, which helps to defeat Russia.
David, thank you very much.
Yeah.
Survivors
Metadata.
so they don't need the government to unmask fires.
Metadata.
I would like to announce to you today.
She's probably completely right.
Have been self-creating our office.
She's probably 100% correct.
Now, together, together, we will confidentially compile the names we all know. Who were residents in the Epstein world. And it will be done by survivors and for survivors. No one else is involved. Stay tuned.
Meta data. Facebook.
Just grab a pad and go. Built-in solutions faster, faster away.
It's Facebook. Dude, you got busted by Facebook. Is that a drug dealer? Now, have him holding a bag of cannabis. It's actually pretty cool. Any day now.
You order, call 1-800-609-6918 or call online at buyhydrox5.com. Call 1-800-609-6918 or call online at buyhydrox5.com. Order now.
It bothered us too that your employees weren't taking full advantage of their retirement plans, so Vanguard created something to give them a little nudge. Vanguard AI analyzes 30,000 data reports across each employee with their most important action. It's called Vanguard Well Underway, and it's why 87% of employees actually report their monthly payroll. It's the type of Vanguard is exactly what it is.
Okay, crazy Australia.
Crazy Tarzan. You've been feeling your Edward.
Yeah, and he's not going to say anything. It's anything. If he did say it, he'd go,
You
The former Jeffrey Epstein accusers threatened to create their own client list. They're also calling on the Fed to release all of the files and going public about what happened to them. I was one of dozens of girls that I personally know who were forced into Jeffrey's mansion on 9 East 71 Street in New York City when we were just kids.
When I got into the massage with Jeffrey Epstein, undressed and asked me to do things to him. My eyes rolled up with tears, and I have never been more scared in my life.
Senior Special Correspondent Pat Turner reporting live from Capitol Hill.
Marking to that in a throng of protesters and Epstein accusers converged on Capitol Hill today. They're demanding that the House urgently compel the release of the Epstein files. They want all documents unredacted.
Tired of looking at the news and seeing Jeffrey Epstein's name and saying that this is a hoax. We are tired of it. We are done. We're not going to be silent.
The House once gave a green light to the Oversight Committee to investigate Epstein. President Trump contends that Democrats are stirring the pot on Epstein. The president claims this is a scam by the left to distract from his accomplishments.
This is a Democrat hoax that never ends. You know, it reminds me a little of the Kennedy situation. We remember over and over again, more, and nobody's ever said it.
Now, political operatives are aligned on this issue. Kentucky Republican Thomas Massey and California Democrat Joe Connor want to bypass House Speaker Mike Johnson. That would force a vote on releasing the file. Martha?
Chet, thank you very much. So Republicans will almost topple a Democratic governor in New Jersey who is running again. This is Sam Jackson early facing off against Democratic Congresswoman Mike Carroll to be New Jersey's next governor. Carroll came within 3 points of winning the governor's race 4 years ago, and now she is back in single-digit range as this race tightens a bit. Against Carroll, they're now 9 points apart in the latest Rutgers poll of likely voters. We're also keeping a very close eye on the Virginia governor's race as well. Democratic Congresswoman Abigail Spanberger taking on Republican Lieutenant Governor Winston Earl Sears. Here is CNN's data guru on the national implications of these 2 races.
These 2 races are the biggest flashing red siren signs for Republicans. In both cases, the Democrats are favored. But you're not letting them see why it's because national.
Why is it downloading everything again?
If in fact, the same parties win in both of those states, and currently Democrats are favored to win in both, and history suggests, therefore, 6 out of 7 times they have predicted to win the House of Representatives the following year.
Okay, let's bring in Jackson Raleigh, Republican candidate for New Jersey governor. He joins me now to discuss the Attorney General's campaign as well. But as of right now, have not heard back from her to tell her side of the story as well. Mr. Raleigh, thank you very much. Good to have you with us today. Let me ask you this. Why do you think that this race is starting to tighten up? What are you seeing out there on the campaign trail?
People are upset all across the state with Bill Murphy's failed policies the last 7.5 years, all of which have been supported by my opponent. Particularly acute right now is the pain inflicted by rising electricity bills. Bill Murphy's policies have failed on energy. We used to be an energy exporter, we now have to import it. The answer is no. But people are angry, Mark, all down the state. Over the weekend, I was endorsed by a Democratic mayor Tomorrow I'll be endorsed by another Democrat mayor who's switching parties to the Republicans.
So, one of the elements when you tested the rate last time against Murphy, and it's interesting to note that the last time that a party in New Jersey held the governorship for more than two consecutive terms is 1961. So it does tend to move back and forth. You remember, Chris Christie was governor for 2 terms, and President Todd Whitman, also Republican governor from New Jersey. But one of the things when in the last race when you typed it up was that you were reaching out to suburban voters during COVID, and you were very upset about school shut down. In the last race in 2024, President Trump really did well with Black and Hispanic voters. Let's put up this Wild versus Jersey rally, which was extraordinary. I think it really caught a lot of people's attention when they saw how many people showed up in Wildwood. How are you going to reach those voters when President Trump is not on the ticket?
Hey, listen, we win governor races here in New Jersey. The Republicans won 6 of the last 11. And really what got in the way last time was gone away, the pandemic.
I'm going to shower. This is getting
shelter in place order. I mean, the governor shut down the state. But listen, there's great energy all around the state for change. People have asked and failed policy. And we've also seen a magnificent change in party registration. Today, compared to 2021 when I ran, there are 100,000 fewer registered Democrats, 200,000 more registered Republicans. And I think people vote right on the issue. So I'm going to continue to get up and down the state over the next 62 days and deliver a win for New Jersey.
Well, New Jersey obviously tends to be, sort of moderate to red. They're running an ad against you that calls you 100% MAGA. Are you 100% MAGA?
I'm for policies that work, and we're thankful what the president's done here in New Jersey. Temporary halts on the wind farms off the Jersey Shore, beating up on New York Democrats over the executive pricing plan, and you saw triple the salt reduction on our federal tax returns. That's all good for New Jersey.
Well, the summer's over, and now we're entering that significant multiple immigration in November. We'll be watching closely. We've invited your opponent as well. Jack Zero, thank you very much, candidate for governor of New Jersey. Good to see you, sir.
See you.
So brings us now, President Trump's chief immigration enforcer set to unveil Louisiana lockup and new migrant detention centers in Bayou State. And Jimmy Fallon takes on Jimmy Sweeney is back again with a new ad. Who better than Jimmy to lay out the story?
We all have that list of home improvement projects that you do, and if replacing your home's windows and doors is on that list, you want to know that it's going to be good. I'm from Renewal Land, and we've helped thousands of homes who are on a budget with our windows and doors for their home. How do we do it? Well, here's something you don't expect to do from you. You don't have to upgrade all your windows and doors. We're really good at identifying all builders and those who can live on doors. And here's something we offer you don't find in a lot of things. There's time.
Before September 30th, when you buy 2 windows or doors, you'll get the third one 60% off, with no money down, no monthly payment, and no interest for 12 months.
It's almost like free money no longer happens by customers' funds. Before we talk about performance, think about other things. Do you sometimes feel like you have to have an extended warranty to get good coverage? Never before. Our windows are so durable and our installers are so talented, unlike some other companies. Our warranties cover windows and
It's really impressive that they sell the product, they manufacture the product, they install the product, because only they're doing it with one company. And you're doing it with one company that has a long-standing and solid reputation.
let Renewal by Mandatory help put great windows and doors in your budget this year.
Before September 30th, when you buy 2 windows or doors, you'll get the third one 60% off. 60% off. And our financing can help make this project more affordable with no money down, no monthly payment, and no interest for 12 months. This offer ends September 30th. For a free appointment with Renewal by Anderson, call 1-800-519-4477. That's 1-800-519-4477. Welcome to your future health. Your future income. Or your future happiness. Becoming an AARP member today can help. Join now for just $11 per year with a 5-year term. and get a Southern membership free. Call or go online to join today, because the younger you are, the more you need AARP.
And I got you and those stuff not enough the world to play well, so what comes next? Find out tonight on Panhandle.
It's such an amazing gift because it's something that you can use every day. It's making you healthier, it's making your hair better, your skin better, and it's like one of those simple little luxuries that you can indulge in every day.
Really hurt is good for trauma. Find a better pair of glasses, not as easy. And fun. See much better my life. Try it online.
I never considered myself an alcoholic, but drinking affected my job, health, and relationships. Powerful medication helped me get back. Now I'm no longer taking urgent care and see the pill to my behavior out. Xbox News 677 for mine.
Guys, how frustrating is it to find a great pair of jeans? Too tight here, too loose there, too long there. Standard jeans use this too much space. And Dealer Custom Jeans use 7 different measurements to give you the perfect fit. Your phone can measure you right now. Download the Dealer app on iOS or Android. Choose from hundreds of styles, and Dealer measures you digitally, and is 20% more accurate than a professional tailor. With free shipping and a money-back guarantee, get your new favorite pair of jeans today. And Dealer, available on the Apple App Store and Android.
So just next now, we get our first look at the new Louisiana lockup at the detention center for migrants. That's called a place that they will be able to do some of the work of the wards. Correspondent Taylor reporting from the prison in Angola, Louisiana. Right.
The notorious Angola prison is the largest maximum security prison in the country. A section of this prison is going to be converted into an ICE detention facility after the 51 illegal migrants are already being detained here. This facility, it is being dubbed the Louisiana Lockup, and it's going to hold 416 beds. It's funded by the Big Beautiful Bill in an effort to ramp up deportations. The Department of Homeland Security partnered with the state of Louisiana to use an unused section of the prison that was closed down for years and was once used for solitary confinement. Angola has been called the bloodiest prison in the South for its harsh conditions. DHS says Louisiana lockup is going to be used to detain and deport the worst of the worst. ICE New Orleans recently arrested and removed these illegal migrants, including rapists and murderers. It is violent migrants like this that DHS says would end up in Louisiana lockup. This 22-year-old illegal migrant from Honduras was arrested in March, had warrants for 394 counts of pornography involving juveniles and 2 counts of sexual abuse of an animal. And ICE New Orleans removed this 39-year-old illegal alien from Mexico, convicted of second-degree murder. DHS Secretary Kristi Noem sent us this quote, thank you to Governor Landry for his partnership to help remove the worst of the worst out of our country. If you're in America illegally, you could find yourself in a sea cop, cornhusker clink, speedway slammer, or Louisiana lockup. Avoid arrest and self-deport now using the CBP form. And Noem is going to be joined by the Attorney General and also the Louisiana Governor for the press conference to make this formal announcement in just a few minutes. After we are going to get a tour inside of this facility. Martha.
We will look forward to that reporting. Thank you very much. And this was the serious backlash over the Action City activism in Bikini. First to die down, this dropped.
It was a touchdown from him, often determining if the pass or not. And what I've said, my things are good.
She is back now. She's starring in a new ad for luxury brand Texas BBQ, completed the fine sleeping high school. We'll see how this ad impacts the company. Her good news campaign at one point said American Eagle Star story. Who better than the expert on reoccurring BBQ than Jimmy host of Fox News Saturday Night? Yay! I know you can Google
Four models. You know, on the left side of the agenda there. They all look like good kids, take a shot. But what I love about this is it starts in the same origin source of the bad fan, which is people we don't take seriously getting upset about something that has no meaning. Okay, the whole backlash that seems takes us back to the outrage era and cancel culture, which was not character, it was slapdick. It was do nothing people who were allowed to make the case that they were fighting for some better society by posting a mean comment. But all you really learn in the backlash is that it is a called PFC. That means every time someone goes, I don't like Jimmy Choo, Jimmy Choo's like $1,800. What goes on in their asses beyond, you know? But these people think we care. And that's why I enjoy covering these. This is we're in a better place now, where we collectively don't care, so we can laugh at them.
Yeah, I mean, I think the collective group of people who are outraged by this just keeps getting smaller and smaller. It's like, do I have to tell them my outrage? Not really. So, and it shows that sex sells, and they know that. And she's a very attractive young woman. In one video, she's like using a weapon very effectively, and then she's on point. And apparently, in a prior ad, ballerinas gave her some heat because they said she was pretending to be a ballerina. And they were picking on her like her points.
Yeah. No, the big thing was like, you're denigrating what it means to be a ballerina. You just put on a costume.
It's like, no one's doing an ad.
Number two, anyone who wins in that argument was also okay with a man saying he was a woman and getting into the locker room and exploiting that. So they have no standard. I love this collective thing because, again, it's such a sign of progress for us as a society. There was a time where the brand might have reacted to this negatively. I think people should lean in Cracker Barrel higher, Bud Light higher. I wrote an op-ed about this at Fox.com, so forgive me.
Cracker Barrel should hire her.
But if you think people were upset about Sydney Sweeney talking about good jeans, imagine Bud Light has talking about nice cans. Get out, everybody! Come on!
I love it because she upset the dancing community.
Yeah.
That's pretty outrageous. But I admit that when watching this when I was reviewing all the research for this particular segment this week, I was like, pretty tempted to Google Jimmy Choo shoes right now. In a fall collection. But I didn't. So I have a
Strange.
yeah, it's really remarkable. Thank you, Jimmy. Oh, good to see you. We'll see on Saturday night and on the radio. All right, so back to the serious stuff. Trump health officials battling accountable after massive agency shakeups. Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services, known as CMS Administrator Dr. Mehmet Oz, will join me next. I think that they're asking the American people to wait to back science, and it's just not the way it works. It just continues to sow discontent and distrust about institutions.
Still considering gold, but not sure which company to choose? I made my first purchase with Lear Capital, and my gold investment is up over 45%, and silver up 32%. Why do I buy from Lear? Trust and experience. They have more than $3 billion in trusted transactions, thousands of five-star reviews, and the only gold company with a 24-hour risk-free purchase guarantee. So, you don't pay unless you're 100% satisfied. Whether you're looking to take possession of your metals or interested in a gold IRA, Lear Capital is the company I trust and you can too. Give them a call today. You'll be glad you did.
Call now for your free gold report and IRA investor guide. Lear's gold and silver specialists are standing by to help. Ask how you can get up to $15,000 in bonus gold and silver with a qualified purchase. Call 800-914-3030. 800-914-3030. 800-914-3030.
For one line, celebration. By the great satisfaction of my 32 years in active duty, I understand the veteran mentality. These are people who have served, they've been in leadership positions, and when they put their life on the line, it's necessary, they come to us and they say, I need financial help at this point in time. They're not looking for a handout, they're looking for a little handout. Thank you, Evan.
At New Day USA, we're helping veteran homeowners make the most of the VA loan benefit they earn and deserve.
They're tapping into the value they built up in their homes with the new Day 100 VA cash out loan, borrowing up to 100% of their home's value. With conventional loans, you only get 80%. That extra 20% can mean thousands of dollars more for you and your family. Take out an average of $81,000 to pay off car loans and credit cards, lower your monthly payments, and save hundreds a month. Helping veterans with the cash they give. That's Legal USA. Call 1-800-995-4010.
Look what you do when the power goes out. Power outages can be unpredictable and inconvenient, but with a Generac home standby generator, your life goes on uninterrupted. Because when your Generac detects a power outage, it automatically powers up, giving your family the security and peace of mind they deserve.
We don't have to worry about whether we lose power if the utility company does not approve our Generac stuff.
After the hurricane happened, we just want to be prepared for anything.
8 out of 10 home generators are Generac, with thousands of satisfied customers.
Number one thing to prepare for is extended power outages. Don't be surprised. Have a Generac home standby generator.
And owning a generator is easier than ever. Special financing and low monthly payment options are available. And if you call now, you will also receive a free 5-year warranty valued at over $500. Call or go online now to request your free quote.
I have 20 years of experience as an HR professional, and I have reached a ceiling, so I know emergency. I would not be the person that I am today had it not been for the partnership of emergency.
It's not going to fall.
Okay.
Yeah, well, thank you.
You're too old and comfortable.
Wait for
They want somebody that can run for you, not somebody that is for you. Call your number, we gonna say G56. Bingo. How you gonna celebrate with? We'll give everybody butterscotch candy.
Probably out of pocket more rapid. Just go live the wall here. That's nasty.
New customers bet $5 and get 300 instant vehicles. Plus, over $200 off NFL Sunday tickets. UTD.
Health and Human Services Secretary RFK is pending a shakeup at the CDC ahead of testimony on Capitol Hill tomorrow, as hundreds of current and former HHS workers say that they want him to step down, signing a declaration saying, quote, Secretary Kennedy's actions are compromising the health of the patient and we demand Secretary Kennedy's resignation. Secretary Kennedy, writing in the Wall Street Journal, quote, the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention was once the most trusted guardian of public health, but over the decades, bureaucratic inertia, politicized science, and mission creep have corroded that purpose and squandered public trust. And with that, we bring in Dr. Leonard Oz, Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services Administrator and part of the larger organization at HHS. Dr. Oz, it's great to have you with us. Thank you very much. Good to see you, Doctor.
It's great to see you as well. I think just offer one little quote that Secretary Kennedy offered us last week. We were in a staff meeting. It's actually from his father. And he said, progress requires change, but change has enemies. And the Secretary is a powerful, strong man, and he has powerful, strong enemies as well. And he said from day one, certainly when he offered me this position at CMS, he said, you want to put the human back in, you have to do the services, and that should be the absolute focus.
Let me just read this to you. This is from the author. This was authored by about 8 former members of CDC. Kennedy's decision to fire Susan Menard as CDC director days ago is unlike anything that we've seen at the agency and unlike anything our country's ever experienced. Mr. Kennedy fired thousands of federal health workers and severely weakened programs designed to protect Americans from cancer, heart attacks, strokes, lead poisoning, injury, violence, and war. What would you say to that, Dr. Oz?
It's an incorrect accusation. There's no question about it. Secretary Kennedy's focused on the American people. And so what he told me, I'll just speak from personal experience, he said the same thing to Martin Carey at the FDA and Jay Bonashari. He said, make sure that your organizations are laser focused on the American people to ensure that they get the best care possible. My agency, we spent about $1.7 trillion. The major driver of that expense is the health of the American people not being good. Get chronic illness, and that's one of the charges of the CDC to address these issues. Good is causing massive problems. So we push hard. And with Secretary Kennedy's leadership, especially behind us, we started putting more initiatives in all kinds of things in CMS, more primary care doctors, making sure we do nutrition education, supporting whole new models of care that are based around muscle. These work.
because you got a strong leader willing to push the button some people don't want change to happen. Now let's go back to the CDC, because I'm almost offended by that accusation that the CDC was in a good place. We all lived in COVID. COVID was a warning shot in many ways, but it was a catastrophic failure for the CDC. We all lived through manufactured excuses around masks, mandates, and 6 foot distancing makes sense, or laboriously, nefariously, the closure of schools, which hurt kids in a profound way, was that document was actually authored in part by the teachers union. I mean, these are ridiculous accusations that make that they have to be true. And then you look at the fundamental reality. We have 4% of the world population and 19% of the deaths. Well, the CDC failed us. And without trust, you've got a big problem. So Secretary Kennedy says, I need to revisit the fundamental first principles of this organization. How do we get the right people in leadership to make a difference so we can actually begin to improve the health of the American people, but also deal with the potential emerging crises of a pandemic coming back this way. And he's taking steps to make that happen. We do not have the luxury of weak-willed individuals. We need bold, decisive steps. That's what Secretary Kennedy's offering. That's why President Trump wanted in this position.
Yeah, I think when you look at the numbers that you just cited, are numbers that I have in front of me as well, but I think they're shocking. That 4.2 world population is represented in America, but we suffered 19% of the COVID deaths. And there has to be a looking in the mirror and saying, are we achieving the outcomes for all of this money and with all of the individuals who are tasked with taking care of the health of America? And I think that it's you really do have to live in an outcome-based world. Are you achieving results? And not necessarily in a world where the bureaucracy just continues along, regardless of whether or not you're receiving any of these results. And I want to ask you about this, because there's a lot of discussion about the childhood vaccine schedule. And today there was an announcement in Florida that they will move to end all childhood vaccine mandates in the state. That came from Governor DeSantis this afternoon, and it's in conjunction with the state Surgeon General, Joseph Ladapo. What is the reaction to that? And do you agree with that? Would you recommend the same thing to your patients?
I would definitely not have mandates for vaccination. This is a decision that a physician and a patient should be making together. The parents love their kids more than anybody else. I could love that kid, so why not let the parents play an active role in this? There are some states now where you're seeing an increase in homeschooling because parents are running from the healthcare system. They can't get healthcare because doctors aren't willing to take the risk of taking care of children who don't want vaccinations because it might impact the way their practices are run. They shouldn't feel pressure from the government to decide what to do with the vaccination schedule. They should do what's in the best interest of the person in front of them, the safety of the child, and what those parents desire. That's how the system's supposed to run. But let's look at the trust issue that you raised so wisely. The CDC right now has a trust crisis, evidenced by the fact that despite, until recently, a desire to get everyone vaccinated for COVID, only single-digit numbers of parents are vaccinating their kids against COVID. Maybe it's a third of the healthcare workers in the country. People like me, doctors are not taking the vaccine because it doesn't really seem to make sense to a person if they're young and healthy. So if you're older, Medicare, by the way, pays for vaccines. My agency will take your vaccine if you want it. But why would I force you or put pressure on you to do something you don't think is in your best interest?
Yeah,
get your doctor's advice, do the right thing.
Exactly. As a human, they choose doctor and patient, and not by mandate. And as you point out, the healthcare workers are not using them. Dr. Oz, thank you so much. Glad to be doing this, or always good to see you. So that is the story for this Wednesday, September 3rd. We'll be back tomorrow.
Live from New York City, this is the Real King Show. Could New York Mayor Eric Adams' next stop be the White House? The New York Times says maybe. And now socialist mayoral candidate Zoran Mamdani is calling it foul. Her son and New Yorker Donald Trump Jr. is here to react. And what is actually wrong with the mainstream media?
He's clearly hiding something about his health.
Right? We never know why Donald Trump suddenly spends a week hiding entirely from the American public.
Billy Bush joins me to try and unpack that conspiracy. Plus, Powerball hits $1.4 billion. What would you do with the money if you won? Head over to the Real King Show social media accounts and let us know. We will reveal some of your answers. slate. And we're awaiting an announcement from DHS Secretary Kristi Noem on the opening of a brand new ICE detention facility. What could it be called? The Babylon Bee has some ideas. Grizzly Gitmo in Atlanta, Montana. Potato Penitentiary in Idaho. And Amish Alcatraz in Pennsylvania. Your move, Governor. But today we start in D.C. and across the pond in Europe. Is the speech crisis in Europe a threat to speech and innovation in America? That was the question on Capitol Hill today. And according to Democrat Congressman Jim Raskin, you, America, could care less.
We're not worried about the EU or the Online Safety Act in the UK. We're not worried about white nationalists not having enough license to incite lynch mobs to set immigrants on fire in their bedrooms. Americans are worried that Donald Trump is working to rewrite and whitewash American history in our museums, our textbooks, and our national parks.
About the past or the future of Western civilization. You care about the latest conspiracy when it comes to Donald Trump. Well, youthful Reform UK party leader Nigel Farage, he begs to differ.
I'm delighted to reacquaint with the charming Mr. Raskin. I did not the testimony you gave me earlier on with your speech. But hey, that's fine. You can say what you like. I don't care. Because that's what free speech is.
Why are we using this for a valuable free speech? Why should we care about what's happening in Europe? Because of things like this happening in the Western world. On Monday,
If you look at some last speech now, for example, how long do you know? 13 years old. 13 years. If you look at someone that is living in the city is 30 years, he will be more bigger and more mature than Larry. But because of the work that Oba is doing, he's not growing his growth, his content, as compared to someone living an affluent or rich life. And this is also one of the effects of 9 kids. It disrupts their growth. And if you don't know this, the family comes here and do it without combat. Yes, that's like a bit for all minors. I experienced it. This is what combat family does for every
for this tweet. And no, I promise you, I'm not making this up. Those 5 armed police officers for 3 social media posts, that must have been a pretty serious situation. Let's take a look at the tweet in question. This one from April 20th. If a trans-identified male in a female-only space is committing a violent, abusive act, make a scene, call the cops. The follow-up fails. Punch him in the balls. Or it could have been this one from Nick Floor. It shows a photo of trans activists. And he writes the caption, a photo you can smell. Wasn't quite that way. There was also this one. I hate them, misogynist and homophobes. That one. Now, author J.K. Rowling, she responded quickly to she of the Harry Potter series, wrote, what the F is cunt of the UK? This is totalitarian, utterly deplorable. You see, what happens in Western civilization, it's not the birthplace, the champion of the past 500 years. What happens in the UK can happen in America. And that's why Congressman Jim Jordan sounded the alarm over free speech. And the way we're cracking down on speech is infringing now on American tech companies.
The takedown of American tech companies under the DSA, the OSA, and Digital Marketing Act Digital Markets Act in European Union. These acts target our tech companies that provide a modern town square. They're cutting red tape and allowing our own companies to innovate and grow. The EU and the UK are going after American companies that are growing up the global tech landscape.
That's the microscope view of the way cracking down on free speech affects America. But the telescope view is that we are the Alamo. We are the defenders of Western civilization. And it has not always been easy to defend free speech. Throughout our own history, we've had battles. Of wanting to yell shut up at those who disagree. There was the Alien Sedition Act of 1798, the Espionage Act of 1917, the Sedition Act of 1918. There was McCarthy and the Red Scare. And some of that was very legitimate. Quite honestly, the United States was infiltrated with communists. But the point of our principles is that no matter how much we hate what you have to say, we will defend the right of you to say it. We are the Alamo of free speech. And the rest of the West, they're dying by suicide. Remember in Germany, they've been policing online insults for a while.
No way. It's downloading again?
Somebody in public. Yeah. And it's a crime to insult them online as well. Yeah.
It's fine. It keeps you feeling private. If you insult someone in the internet.
Why?
Because with internet, it's safe there. If you are talking to face to face, you insult me, I insult you, okay. But if you the internet, if I insult you or
It tips around forever.
yeah.
If somebody posts something that's not good, and then somebody else reposts it or likes it, are they committing a crime?
And because we call study of crime law because the leader of Kansas City was the one who invented this the three codes that the crime law.
Be nice to believe that these are simply the perverted views of people with funny accents. But as Vice President Jay Vance told me last week, what happens in Europe easily washes ashore in the United States.
Are you seeing it in the same way that the Biden administration went after social media companies to censor their fellow citizens? You see the very same thing happen in Europe, where rather than debate ideas, you have certain European leaders who would rather censor their fellow citizens. So I think fundamentally there's so much cultural similarity between us and Europe. Obviously, the United States was born out of a European country, the United Kingdom. I think it's important to recognize those cultural similarities and, importantly, what's happening in Europe does affect the United States and vice versa. So I think it's important for us to step back and say, look, the West, right? That's Europe and America together. We got too comfortable with open borders. We got too comfortable with censorship, and I think the president has shown that if you go the other direction, if you close down your borders and actually give free speech to your people, you can really energize the culture in these countries.
My next guest is currently working on a project with Glenn and Heath, as well as here together with him. It is actor and comedian Rob Schneider, who we welcome now on the show. Rob, great to see you. Thanks for being here. Thank you, Will. Thanks for having me. First of all, I have to say, I agree with the British police. I mean, what if some of those tweets made somebody cry, or they got upset, or what if they heard an idea they didn't like? What's going to happen? Straight to jail get those? Yeah, 12,000 people a year get arrested in the United Kingdom. Let me just say it again. According to the London Times, 12,000. I mean, it's outrageous, it's remarkable, and it's something you would imagine in a George Orwell novel that you would not imagine happening in the country that really started free speech. But what happens is this idea of tolerance and trying to make everybody happy and worry about the loudest and most sensitive members of society, it's enslaving everybody else. I mean, I'm sick and tired. I mean, I'm sure the American people are. I know of this. The uproar on Lebanon getting arrested was a big spike. A tremendous, thankfully. And what J.K. Rowling's talking about, the idea that the most sensitive members, the most extremely sensitive, should be the ones that get to decide what everybody else gets to listen to and to watch and to think is abysmal. And the fact of the matter is, the United States is the country. We got close to losing it under the Biden-Harris regime, which was very censorial. And thank God for Elon Musk, because honestly, if he didn't open up Twitter, we would have been in trouble. As far as the liberals, what do we got? We have one news channel, we have one website, we got a guy that sells pillows. That's it. That's what we got. So we have those. No, those are constantly under attack, as you know well, Rob. What can describe his hyper's veto, the idea that the most sensitive person in a room gets to decide what the majority of people not simply say, but what they also get to hear. And that is, if not anything, totalitarian. You know Mr. Linehan well. You're working on a project together, Rob. Have you spoken to him? What was his reaction? He reacted the entire tweet and sent over an encrypted. Well, because we know that the UK bugs everything, and well, we've been talking with encrypted communication. And, he is concerned. I mean, his blood pressure went up to 200, which is stroke range. And so he had to go to the hospital. And it's very stressful. Imagine getting off the plane instead of somebody, escorting you. He's a 5-time BAFTA award winner, including a lifetime BAFTA award winner. Instead of somebody escorting him to get his bags, they're escorting you to jail. 5 police officers. And keep this in mind, this is a country that you have Islamic grooming gangs, you have women that aren't comfortable to walk the streets, you have knife-ins, and yet they're spending a tremendous amount of manpower and police to go and arrest an award-winning comedian. I'll just let you know where England is at. I think that Nigel Farage with J.K. Rowling, or even the muted response to
How about that? Win-win either way. That sounds like a win-win to me.
By the way, Power People Rolling would also not be speaking English tonight in the UK, but luckily,
How about
I know
that?
you're home there. You are here. I will say there's a new show that's running around with us called Panhandle, which is Andy Dale and Martin Gourlay, and we're producing it in a new studio, only
I'll be
5
back
studio, and we're going to be giving it up soon, and we're going to plan
in the future.
from London for giving us this for this year. Thank you, Will. It's a great marketing vehicle for you. You're direct order creator. Great to see you, Rob. Thank you. Thank you. So just quick checking on the market. The Dow finishing down just a touch. The S&P 500 and the Nasdaq closing. Up on that socialist New York City mayoral candidate, Zola Montana, is accusing President Trump of subverting democracy. Over a new report, Eric Adams could head to the White House. Donald Trump Jr. on that.
Every single bus is in the farmers insurance, right in Georgia, and ultra-informed users for a beautiful mattress in any style you come. Save up to $800 on selected mattress. StreamToBus.com. You guys,
These want to say
better care that doesn't break the bank. With a quality idea and 2-day design that runs free. An idea for 2-day design is $89.95 at America's Best.
Above all, craziest best value since the birth. You just see your packages now should start running at least double cost. What's the thing I guess you like?
Right. Exactly.
Is it? What? The check available? Yeah, because he's not going to say it. It's everything. But he did say it, he'd go.
New customers that buy Rock 300 instant easy bonus. Plus, $200 off any Sunday gift certificate. A crown.
See, those who are done this, whoever you trust is just family. Go ahead.
It bothered us too that your employees weren't taking full advantage of their accounting plans. So Vanguard created something to give them a better life. With Vanguard going away, 87% of employees can actually generate their financial well-being. Vanguard, discipline that delivers. Everybody.
That's why the Mama dog, the dog from Central America. He is special made, deep seated, and deep working. We're making it easy to take care of your pet.
Nature is fruit and vegetables for the first season. When you start pulling out single-use foods, you lose the natural teamwork that makes people powerful. I wanted to make sure to please prepare and freeze-dry the produce to preserve it as nature needs it. Every apple, carrot, and piece of broccoli is packed with thousands of vitamin-3. In other words, micronutrients. The compounds that keep fruits and vegetables with color, taste, smell, and the stuff your body wants. Through a slower Western process, these phytonutrients are locked in. Our fruits and veggie supplements have 31 ingredients and 100% whole fruits and vegetables. Imagine all the phytonutrients packed into every capsule. Here at Balance of Nature, we don't try to mimic nature, we simply let nature do its job. That way, you're not getting isolated parts. You're
Permission
experiencing the full
denied.
range of naturally occurring phytonutrients. Claim this offer and use the discount code FOXU. Tired of struggling with impossible messes in your tub shower? Some cleaning sprays can be ineffective. Switch to Mr. Clean Foaming Back Magical Mixer. Simply add water to effortlessly cut to 100% save some grime. And use Mr. Clean Extra Durable throughout your home. In the kitchen for burnt-on food, and on walls to remove scuffs and marks. It even erases 3 times more permanent markers than white. Switch to Mr. Clean Magical.
Is it going to download everything again?
When my hair started thinning, I didn't want to get a wire girl.
I was ignoring my hair because I was a full-time working mother. But luckily I found this before.
Hair was getting strong and bigger.
I finally feel like myself again.
Welcome to Guess the Word Clock Time. Juicy, juicy Louise. You'll get no change. Knowing the problem isn't going to make it go away.
You know, that's right, though.
Guys, nice, how frustrating is it to find a great pair of jeans? They never have the right color, style, or size. Too tight here, too loose there, too long here. I have the perfect solution for you. Enfield Custom Jeans. Stop saying I'm always trying to stick on. Download the free Enfield app on iOS or Android. Standard jeans use just two buttons. Enfield Custom Jeans use 7 different layers to give you the perfect fit. Design your own custom jeans for just $79. Choose from hundreds of styles, delivered right to your door. Download the Enfield app. Enfield measures and gives you a means 20% more accurate than professional tape, all from home.
It's so easy to be measured by your taste. It's just less than 30 seconds. You can step in that full fast. They perfect.
To get custom jeans, shirts, or suits, your phone can measure you free. With free shipping and a money-back guarantee at just $79. You can use your pair of jeans today. Enfield, available now on the Apple App Store, Android, and Enfield.com.
Welcome back. Eric Adams is fighting to keep his current job as mayor of New York City, but he might have an offer for a new job. The New York Times reporting Trump advisors have discussed a job for Adams if he would quit the mayor's race. More from the Times. The goal, the people said, would be to give former governor Andrew Cuomo a better chance of beating Mr. Mamdani to win the general election. Now, discussions within Mr. Trump's orbit about making a potentially audacious intervention take back weeks. And it's unclear if it will ultimately amount to anything. A Democrat socialist Zoran Mamdani today said this is all a big ploy to help Andrew Cuomo.
Alright, this isn't going anywhere. This is a fucking waste of time. It's lost all sight of the original purpose.
An affront to what makes so many of us proud to be Americans. That we choose our own leaders. Not that they get to pick themselves. Not that they get to be picked by the President of the United States. If I was worried about polling, I wouldn't be the Democratic nominee. Spokesperson for Adams, though, is pushing back on the report. Quote, Mayor Adams has not met with Donald Trump. Don't believe the noise. He's not dropped him out of the race. The mayor is fully committed to win the election with millions of New Yorkers determined their vote. The article also claims the conversations have involved Republican mayoral candidate Kurt Schlieder, which Schlieder is also denying, saying, the only job I'm interested in is being the next mayor of New York City. I've not been contacted by the White House, and I'm not interested in a job with the White House. My focus is right here in New York City, as it has always been. Joining me now is a lifelong New Yorker, who's executive president of the Trump Organization, City Times Cartoon. Y'all, it's great to see you here on the show. Are there jobs for Adams and Schlieder in Washington, D.C. with the president?
You know, honestly, I don't know. I haven't been involved since my father took the office back on January 20th, so I don't know. I do think it's important to respect some of the state, the People's Republic of New York for the food state of Florida, though. The rise of communism, which is quite literally what it is with Madonna, is really scary. What that will do to New York City, where all the people who have the ability to leave or continue to come down here and move out of New York, it's just going to create a dystopian nightmare in the city. I really hope that doesn't happen because I have a very dear place in my heart still for my great city.
And God, we're not just New Yorkers, we're Americans, but Mamdani was a voice for the rest of America. He was a canary in the coal mine.
destination is the apple of my eye.
Yearling discovered more.
Well, we found a record of your great grandfather.
A local museum has kept an overseas travel application that Ryoichi submitted to the film.
Here is that Kobayashi Village. This old village.
His occupation is listed as farmer. The document also notes that he was planning to work on railway construction in Mexico for 2 years. It includes Ryoichi's signature and that of his father, Umeshichi.
After the Russo-Japanese War, there was an economic crisis. I guess Ryoichi was the kind of person with strong pioneering spirit who wanted to seize opportunities abroad rather than remain a farmer.
Irving discovered further details at a shrine in the area where Ryoichi once lived. Etched into this burial wall is the name of his great-great-grandfather, Umeshichi. His name is included in a list of people who donated money to the shrine. I'm not crying yet, but I am deeply moved. It's almost the same landscape my great-grandfather saw before leaving Japan. There's something nostalgic about it. It stirs something deep within me. Irving hopes that his next discovery will be some living relatives in Japan. No matter how hard life was in my great-grandfather's time, his descendants have firmly taken root in Mexico. I want to tell my Japanese relatives that we still feel gratitude and attachment toward Japan.
There's something exciting about digging into one's family's history. This surely opened up a whole new world for Irving. Having crossed the ocean, it seems he has begun to put the pieces of the puzzle together. It was particularly moving to me that if and when he can connect with his Japanese relatives, he wants to convey his gratitude to them. I mean, we all have to thank our ancestors for the life we have today, don't we? And that's all for me. A tropical storm is approaching western and central Japan. Meteorologist Jonathan O has the details in our world weather report.
Hello, we're exchanging the hot weather in Japan for some really wet weather. We have a couple of factors that are impacting the weather pattern, especially in the central and western portion of the country. Here's some video. We're going to start off over in Miyazaki, where a tropical system approaching southern Kyushu is expected to bring heavy rain to western Japan. And rain is taking place there. It's picking up as we go through the hours through day on Thursday. We'll see that rain continuing in Oahu City. In Mie Prefecture, fishermen tying their boats down to the dock to keep them from drifting in the strong winds. And folks, you need to be on the lookout for these tropical downpour concerns. Some of them may be leading to the possibility of flash flooding, even possible landslides, depending on where you're located. Now, the storm will continue to move toward the north. It will interact with the front toward the east. And to the Pacific side, in general, we'll see a chance for some rain. But for western and central Japan, you'll see the big brunt of the rainfall going to Thursday and extending into Friday as we look towards the eastern areas of Japan, looking at some really wet weather. So again, just be aware of the weather as we go throughout the next couple of days. Behind the system, though, or with this system rather, we're seeing a little bit of a reprieve of heat, which is helpful. Tokyo and Osaka and Fukuoka, all seeing temperatures dropping 3 to 5 degrees for daytime highs here as we go throughout Thursday and Friday, but then the temperature will pick right back up as we head towards Saturday and Sunday. Looking at what's happening across North America, a cold front is sweeping through the Midwest, and it is going to help bring some really cool temperatures behind it. It's going to be like fall once again as that push takes place. 19 for the high in Chicago, showers in Winnipeg and Toronto for Thursday. Back toward the west, so we're also seeing temperatures going the opposite direction, the hotter side. So make sure you keep that in mind against the outdoors. Quick note on Europe, few cold fronts
Seigneur's through, so that will bring some wet weather places like London and Paris into the unfair. Hope you have a good day.
And that is all for this edition of NHK Newsline. I'm Catherine Kobayashi in New York. Thanks for joining us. Karate, Taekwondo, Capoeira. Teaching in martial arts has evolved in many unique ways all over the world.
どんなに強い人でも来ないと思った時にしたら一発で制する。その瞬間どう作るかが武術っていう。はい。
The master of Okinawa Kenpo Karate and a Muay Thai champion explore the latest kicking techniques, Budo secrets. Selection from a variety of VOD programs. This time we focus on the word shiru, or to wear. People have long worn clothes not just to protect themselves from the elements, but also to signal their occupation or social status, producing many Japanese words and expressions related to shiru. Magical Japanese. Watch the full episode on demand.
NHK World Japan Program Japan Railway Journal. On the program's website, you can find more information and watch the show anytime via video on demand. Tokyo. This world-class metropolis is a veritable gourmet wonderland. Discover the stories behind the ingredients that make this city so delicious, so oishi. This time we focus on melons. They're sweet and soft with a mild aroma that brings a smile to the face. Melons have been around for ages and enjoyed across the globe. They usually have a smooth surface. But in Japan, premium melons have characteristic netting formations. With detailed, consistent patterns. They're like
The
fine
cherries,
works of art.
right? Is it cherries? Like premium cherries.
Selective breeding has led to intense flavor and juicy freshness.
Oh my.
It's super juicy, super sweet.
Our host today is American illustrator Kayleen Forbes. Don't wait for dessert. Try them in savory dishes too. Melons hold a special place in the heart of Japan. Take a bite
I do
and
love
find out
cantaloupe
more.
and honeydew.
trails to Oishi Tokyo.
I do really like honey.
Keirin begins at Tokyo's food country, Toyosu Market. Here you'll find seasonal produce from all over the country.
A lot of melons lined up right here. What's the boy?
This wholesaler has been the market's top melon dealer for many years. Leading the operation is Sakuma Minoru, an expert with over 50 years of experience. The shop offers a wide variety of melons.
これがアメリカでよく見かけるね。
これが大根、これ有名ですね。ハニーデュー。
ハニーデューですね。
Large and affordable, honeydew melons are common around the world.
What do you mean important?
In Japan, the real stars are melons with detailed knitting formations on the surface. These high-end muskmelons are the wholesaler's main product.
もう本当にこれがね、日本で最高とされているメロンの最高のもの。
それもなんか値段が、でも1個でも割と高いんですよ。3000円、
$22.
この辺、
高いですよ。
もしますね。すごいですね。ほぼそうだね。2万円ですね。いやー、アメリカには多分想像つかないと思う値段がするフルーツなんですけど。
その感覚ね、果物のね、こういった感覚っていうのは、多分このアメリカの方とはまた違った感覚で、パッと見ても綺麗ですよね。
すごい綺麗ですけど。
美術品。
本当にそれが高級の。
The netting quality determines the value. Melons with busier patterns fetch higher prices. Let's take a closer look at the comparison. The pricey melon on the right is much more detailed. That will set you back around $70. The one on the left has a lower price of around $15.
道頓に使ったり、贈り物、病気のお見舞いだとか、そういう時にしか、本当に高級なメロンは食べられない。
そうですね、これが一般の人が買って、なんか、ガブって食べる系じゃなく、
日本だと特別な日に、こういったものを出して、喜んで食べた人が、本当にこんな美味しいものがあるんだって、そういう感動を与えられるような果物。
Kayleen's given a rare chance to try some in store.
いただきます。
おいしい？
最高。すごいのが柔らかくて、
ちょうどいいでしょ。
もう甘い、おいしい。
On a good day, the transaction amount for these high-end muskmelons can reach up to 600 units.
What?
Muskmelons were the first to be cultivated in Japan in the late 19th century, after they were brought from the UK. They were really pricey back then too. Shortly after, a snack was invented that actually looked similar to a melon, but it was much more affordable. Can you guess what it is?
Have you seen melon pan before?
Melon pan, or melon bread, was born in Japan in the early 20th century. The cookie dough crust was shaped to look like a melon.
What about this? This is an illustration I made of Japanese melon soda.
Another invention from the time is melon soda. Nope, no melon inside, but a sweet syrup and melon green color make for a very popular drink. Kayleen heads to a cafe where deep admiration for the melon is a notable theme.
Wow, sticky! It's like melon heaven in here. 本当にメロン感がすごい溢れてます。かわいい。全部メロンを使ったメニューになってまして、はい。美味しそう。
The Melon Cafe is run by Howdy in Howdy Prefecture, a major production area. Visitors enjoy a complimentary melon refreshment. Even the wall panel was inspired by melons.
お待たせいたしました。
The cafe offers a full melon-based menu. Their melon soda actually contains freshly squeezed melon. It's the real deal.
Oh, it's super light and refreshing, and yet you can taste the richness of that melon down there. This is a true melon soda. 何と混ぜて作ってるんですか？メロンと相性のいいライム、あと少し大人な味わいにするためにミントを合わせています。すごいフレッシーな感じですね。
This parfait comes with 1/4 of a melon. The base contains layers of soft melon, sponge cake, melon fresh cream, orange jelly, and melon Bavarian cream. On top of that is melon ice cream, melon jelly, and macaroons. It's melon madness.
First bite, here we go. Ooh. あ、美味しい。今、サリサリしたのは何ですか？こちらがレモンを使ったシャーベットが。はい。はい。今日は初めて知ったんですけど、メロンとまた柑橘類の相性がいいですね。そうですね。メロンって結構甘みはしっかりあるんですけど、その代わり酸味はすごく穏やかなので。
Tart flavors, in this case the lemons, mascarpone cream, and cheesecake, accent the sweetness of the melon.
正直に言って、メリカはメロン結構好まれてるんですね。結構好きなんですけど、大体そのままこういうふうにスイーツにすることが結構珍しいですね。そうなんですよ。メロンがこんな使い方があるんだって驚くと思いますね。他の季節だとメロンを使ったキーマカレーですとか、お食事のメニューなんかも。食事で使う。
Simmering melon with keema curry adds a touch of sweetness to an otherwise spicy dish. For something totally sweet, try a sandwich with mouthfuls of whipped cream and sliced melon.
ここまでメロンのメインを考える店があるってことが、本当に日本ではメロンが大好きっていうことが改めて分かりました。
In modern day Japan, tasty melons are enjoyed right at home. This started in the 1960s with a variety called Prince melon, which is a cross between the Oriental melon, an East Asian corn, and a Western melon. With a consistent flavor and affordable price, it quickly gained traction. This spawned a wider movement of selective breeding. Now, over 30 melon varieties are sold on the market in the affordable $10 price range. Out of the breeding frenzy came two mainstay varieties. The quincy melon has orange meat. The Angus melon has a green color. Both are easy to grow and have a flavor that rivals the king, the musk melon. Facing the Pacific Ocean is the city of Hokuto in Ibaraki. With a warm climate and good soil drainage, it's an ideal location for growing melons. In fact, it's Japan's largest producer of the fruit. It's a melon wonderland.
Konnichiwa. エリンです。よろしくお願いします。よろしくお願いします。
Enema Shu has farmed melons for 30 years. Kayleen visits in early May at the beginning of the Quincy and Angus melon harvest.
Pretty warm in here. And a little bit humid, maybe? Not hot, though. Oh, いっぱいありますね. There's a lot of it down here.
Quincy melons grow in this greenhouse.
Oh my god, this
Seeds
is
are
so
planted
hard to
about 6
load.
months before harvest. For a
Look
spring
at this.
harvest, planting happens in November. In March,
Unbearable.
once the flowers bloom, rented beehives are installed. The bees are in charge of pollination, and the flowers bear fruit. When the melons grow to about egg size, they're thinned out, leaving only 2 fruits per vine. This allows the 2 remaining melons to take in all the nutrients.
もったいないじゃないですか。だってなんかいっぱい作れるんじゃないですか。
いや、それは煮込みするっていうのは小さい玉なんです。
はいはいはい。
大きくしたくて煮込みする。
But of course, nothing goes to waste. The extra melons are used to make savory pickles.
はい、そう。こういうツルツルの状態。
It's 4:44.
これ、同じ品
It took 10 minutes just to load the game.
違いますね、こういう。ツルツルの。そもそも、この網って何なんですか？どうやって取れるんですか？
大きくなるときにだんだんひびが割れて、大きくなっていくんですけど、ひびの後でこう集計するって感じだから、それでだんだん上手に網目を。
The inside expands rapidly in a short period of time, while the outer skin is firm and slow to keep up. This causes cracks to form as the fruit develops. Scars form as juice leaks out and dries. This process continues, creating a busy net inflammation on the sides.
すごい綺麗な、平等的になってるんですけど、ネットも簡易できるものなんですか？
コントロールの人が水を感じることがすごく多いんです。はい。それをこう自分なりにやっていくんです。
Water control is an important part of growing melons, and it requires a high level of expertise. Overwatering leads to larger splits and thicker, uneven netting. Also, melons are sensitive to the cold and prefer dry conditions. High temperature and humidity cause disease and spoilage. Each of the 40 greenhouses are ventilated twice a day, and temperature is controlled carefully. Keeping a close eye on weather patterns, farmers make sure the environment is just right.
結構こだわりが強いんですよ。
そうです。
もう姫様みたいな状態で。
本当にそうなんですよ。
Once they've grown to a certain size, the melons undergo sweetness enhancement. This involves cutting off the water supply, which is done about 2 weeks before harvest. The leaves soon become dehydrated and wilt.
水を結局全体に今度集中するとミニ集中するんです。
はいはい。
甘くしたいっていう感じじゃないんだけど、
うん。なんか時間がある。
あるそうです。
はいはいはい。
It's all about survival. Sugar stored in leaves is transferred to the fruit to ensure future reproduction. The melons are harvested when the leaves are completely dry. Time to savor some carefully grown melons. Maybe we'll taste an Angus melon first.
アンデスってもう山のその山脈のアデスさんの使う名前なんですか？
違います。安心ですっていうメロンなんです。
安心です。日本語アンデスが安心ですから。何が安心ですか？
食べてあるし、作ってもあるし、それが意味がある、意味合いがある。
So the Japanese play on words. So anshi means assurance, secure. So it's an andis melon. Here we go. Oh, amazing! It's super delicious. It's super juicy, super sweet. Wow.
It's
This is the type of melon that you can eat. It's kind of fantastic.
How good can it be?
もうたまらないね。なんか柔らかくて、本当に噛んだ瞬間が飲んでるように。
And now, a quincy melon.
いただきます。あ、これも美味しいね。Another delicious melon. Compared to the onion,
What a
this one is
difference
deeper
between
sweetness to it. Now the onion is more of a light.
You know what I mean?
Both
What
of
a
them are in
huge
different ways.
fucking difference.
You can eat it all the way down to the rind.
There's such a huge difference, it's unbelievable.
Harvested melons go to a sorting facility before shipping. Here they undergo a thorough quality inspection.
A and B. There is such a big difference.
Inspectors carefully check each one for blemishes and net inequality. Then they test the sweetness. This is done with an optical sensor, which uses light refraction to measure the sugar content. The blue line at the bottom is 12 degrees Brix, which is the base level of what's considered tasty. Melons below this level are sent to processing factories. Inspection details can be accessed using a sticker placed on each melon. Scan the QR code for a full readout. You'll even see a photo of the grower. The information includes the sugar content, harvest date, and pesticides or fertilizers used. This level of transparency and quality assurance is unique to the region.
メロン買うときは見た目でちょっと判断しにくいじゃないですか。もうこういう風に買う前にこれが美味しいメロンって確実に分かった上で買うことができるんですよね。
うちはこういうセンサーを入れてますので、正直甘くないっていうフレームとかっていうのはほとんどありません。甘くないメロンは全くないという生産者の提示をして、こういうシステムをですね、入れさせていただいてます。
The prized melons, grown with exceptional care, are then shipped out to eager fans across Japan. Back in Tokyo, Kayleen visits Nihonbashi, an historic commercial district. She'll check out a Japanese restaurant opened in 1935.
もう、雰囲気でそれ分かるんですけど、それの店が日本料理で出てるので、となると、手を使うことがあるんですか？イメージ的にはそんなないんですよ。
でもね、昔から僕は料理屋で、フルコースの最後のデザートに梅干しというカテゴリーがあるんですね。
はい。
そこでそのメロンってよく
Yuzugashi is juicy, seasonal fruit served for dessert at the end of a traditional course meal. Literally, it means watery treat. But Chef Nonaga Kimio doesn't only use melons for dessert dishes. Today, he'll cook something up using Andes melons from Ibaraki. What a difference, man.
はい、ごちそうさまです。
おお、はいはい。こちらは
This warm custard, called teramushi,
Very nice. Mm. It's so delicious. All of these are just she's so good, so delicious. greatest accomplishment.
back. You're here. Is he? What the hell is happening now? Cut his hat open.